Curious. Okay, it's working. It didn't say that the bot was in my chat again. So I have an issue where the bot keeps not joining my chat and my chat doesn't work, but it's working. We're fine. I was just worried. I am not on Misyr's route yet. I'm not exactly sure how to get onto his route, if I need to go through the prologue again or if there's something I've missed now. I started late because we went and got our nails done this morning instead of streaming. Ha 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 ha. So I got my nails done. They are kind of like evil queen Snow White-ish looking style. We got like daggers and a heart. They're for Valentine's Day. I was going to get my nails done to look like a character in the next game I'm going to play, but then I realized she doesn't have special nails. I thought she did, and I'm really kind of sad that she didn't. I thought about getting it themed to the game, but then I was like, let's do Valentine's, make it easy. Something I did notice on this though, because I was going, I found it. If I finally found it is how it ends. So I don't know if I need to play this prologue to open into the story. I'm gonna double check the beginning. I had a cough, sorry about that. And see what it says. If I hit new customer. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, okay, prologue 5. Maybe this is it. Maybe I should start the other prologues. So when I finished the last one last time, I asked other people how they did. Oh no, let's not load. Let's go to the main menu. Yeah. We're gonna go to the main menu. Because it shows like these. Maybe I'm right. Maybe this is fine. What's happening here? I don't understand why you're telling me to choose a person. I could have Googled it, to be clear. You're right. Okay. We'll just go with this. Tu fui ego eris. Ego. Alright, we're gonna see. I don't know if I have to go through the entire prologue. Wind brushes the infinite colorless world like a breath. When he leaves, I'll be alone again. And if he returns, I am certain all I would have for him is apathy. Yes, that's right. This is unfair. If he was saved, I should have been saved as well. That's why I continue to hope. And I kept reaching out. If I can't reach it now, I just need to reach out further. Then little by little, the hands I've been reaching out with, it will at last reach her. Finally, I found you. Phew! Finally made it. There's the key. There's the lace that she got from her grandpapa. This is a memory of her grandpapa. Then she finds the staff-only room. There's a door. What should she do? You know what? Previously, I chose open it. Let's see what happens if you don't. I'm just curious. Keep it closed. I put my hand from it, keeping it closed and leaving it quietly. Just curious. As I look around the shop, I think to myself, it's just so hard to be able to simply take over this cafe again. I don't recognize the labels on all the coffee beans. Lined up across the shelf, there's a piece of equipment. I have no idea how to use it. I've never seen them before in my life. Yeah, I just can't do it. Quitting my job and thinking I could take over this cafe is just... I mutter as if trying to convince myself and solemnly walk outside the shop. Yeah. You know, I like tea over coffee anyways. I don't even like the taste of coffee. I was somewhat reluctant about my decision, and even I felt like I made a huge mistake, but I decided not to pay it any more mind. I squint, gazing at the distant cityscape, and take out my phone. I should just check the train schedule and contact my parents when I get home. Fortunately, tomorrow's Sunday. There'll be plenty of time to talk about what to do with the shop. As I cut off my thoughts, my phone begins to ring. My face stiffens up as a sudden call. I answer my phone. This is a walkie. Huh? Go to work right now? No, I'm actually in Tokyo, and yes, I see. I'll head right over. What about Sundays tomorrow? Right, so I need to come in then too. Okay, goodbye. I hope they limit my overtime to at least 100 hours this month. This poor girl. The end. We did it. Yay! We got an ending. What an ending. Okay. I mean, I had a hunch. All right. All right. Turn it to open. Is this accurate though? There he is. That guy. I don't know if this is set to make sure. Options. Text speed, skip mode. Red. Okay, it's set to red. Red means if I've seen it before, which fortunately this game isn't doing what Virtue Evermore did, which was because it was considered a different story route, even though it was stuff I'd already read, it didn't do that. Oh goodness gracious. Can I skip that, please? Thank you. I already did that. I don't need that again. I'm good. I also don't know if I need to do this, honestly. But while we're doing this, I will discuss things randomly. I sent an email to Cassius, AKSYS, which is the makers of this game. They made Virtue Evermore. They made a ton of the other games that are over here because they are doing a live stream on this Thursday at 11 o'clock my time. I think it's my time is 11. And they're going to be talking about this year's games that are going to be coming out. So I was really excited. So I sent them an email and asked if I could live stream it, Simu stream it or whatever. And they said yes. So I just mess up. Should I have picked? Hang on. I think I have to show that I'm interested in by picking them first. I don't know if that's factual. I'm making this up as I go. But I asked if I could, and they said, yeah, I could. I can stream at the same time it's going on. I wasn't sure if I could, so... Did I already pick him first? But, so yeah, I gotta figure out how I'm doing that, because I was gonna be starting Cupid Parasite at the same time, but... I don't know if I'll be too focused on the stream to do the game. I don't know. I also was going to try and have my new setup prepared by then. There was an option. I got scared. I don't know if I'll have it ready by then, but my goal was to I have a mic that's actually meant for like streaming that I was going to start using. I got new headphones that are just meant for listening. And the nice thing is that they're not like these, so that I can do my hair at the same time. My sister picked these out for me. They kind of look like if I was, I don't know, in a band, if I was in a music group and I had these in. They're very cute. They're very tiny. I actually haven't tried them out yet. I had started to plug them in, but we're having internet issues, and so my computer had gotten moved, and the cord was not long enough to reach where my computer got moved to, which is a little bit of a downward thing, but maybe I can get like an extension cord for it and I'll be okay. That way I don't have to be too close to this. Like right now it won't be too bad because now my computer's closer again, but we'll see. So I'm pretty excited to do it. I just want to make sure everything's set up right and I'm good to go. So I might not have time to do it. We'll see. And then today's stream, it's almost 5 o'clock my time. I don't plan on streaming more than 5 hours today. So if it gets close to almost 5 hours and it seems like it's a good spot, like there's a chapter end and it's not quite 5 yet, I might stop early. And then I'm gonna finish on Wednesday, hopefully. And that way I can start keeping Parasite on Thursday. And then hopefully that'll be a long one. I plan on trying to do my usual, where it's try to get through the prologue first, which this game, its prologue is like 6 videos. Because they made the longest prologue ever imaginable for this game. And we're currently fast forwarding through it because I didn't think about it, if I'm being real with you. I was not thinking very clearly when I remembered that there's no auto skip to the next selection, which is a bit sad. I don't even know if I'm doing this right, by the way. There's no option to talk to him. That would usually indicate we've unlocked it, right? Like, did I do something wrong? I don't know if I've messed something up. Technically, that was her saying she hadn't really got to know them yet. She's talked to Misyr a couple times, I think, at this point in the game. Have I made the wrong choice? Am I living a lie? Have I been playing this for 13 minutes with no clue what's going to happen next? A little bit of everything. Oof. Also, a little side note, which is another reason why my stream today might be a little shorter, even though I'm starting later than I usually start. My back is in a lot of pain. I don't know what I did or when I did it, but she hurt. She hurt. It's not comfortable. Sitting's not very comfortable. I might move around a bit. Just trying to make her comfortable. So if I'm wiggling more than usual, I'm not saying I don't wiggle. It's probably because my back just hurts. And I don't have a perfect position as of the moment for my back. Hey there, Rindo. Mister, I'm so cool. Google it while we're fast forwarding through this anyways. Because what if I'm fast forwarding this and it founds out my Bell Tech text me just now because we're talking about how you can, with a library card, you can read books. Sorry, get audiobooks. There's a way to do that. It's called Libby. The app is called Libby. In case you like audiobooks. Alright, let's say Cafe Enchanté. Misyr's route. Misyr. Alright, Misyr's route will only unlock after you complete the game. Start a new game. Prologue. I'm confused unless... We'll see. I might have already made a mistake. I don't know. Just gonna do the choices that Miss Atomi Kitten has told me to do. Which, by the way, I started following her on Twitter, and I have all the regrets because she like posts so many things and like, look at this, and I'm like, oh no, this is the opposite of what I needed. So that's exciting and scary all at the same time. Hopefully I can get us on the right route. We'll see how it goes. Hi, Leah. It's a late stream today. Yeah, it's late because I went and got my nails done this morning. So instead of streaming right away, I went to the nail salon so that I'd have nails for Valentine's Day. So it'll be a late stream. I'll still be off. My goal is to be off before 10. I want to not bleach. My hair's already bleached. That's not what I meant to say. Dye my hair tonight because I was going to dye my hair pink for Cupid Parasite. And Wednesday I'm at work in the afternoon, so I didn't want to worry about it that late. But I was also talking about earlier, before you got here, I sent an email to AKSYS. I should ask them how to pronounce that. To ask if it would be okay to stream their thing while it's live, and I got permission to, so they said it should be fine. So I can stream it. Are you still dyeing your hair? That's what you're about to ask? Yeah, I'm still gonna dye my hair. I'm gonna do it tonight, so that's why I don't want to be up too late on the stream. But tomorrow I probably want to do it after I get sleep. After I get home from work. I had a good teacher. We're also cheating. And currently I am on Atomi Kitten's post on how to get to him. Oh, this is new dialogue? I'm embarrassed for you calling me that. Thank you for the amazing coffee, Leah.
お礼に俺からもコーヒーを入れてあげるよ。せっかくだし、サイフォンも使ってみせようか。
As thanks, let me pour you a cup. You have everything set here. Let me try and use the siphon. Huh? Really? Okay, that sounds good to me. Is this new? Okay, cool. It tricked me. It tricked me. So my goal is to try and get about halfway through his story tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we'll start a normal stream. I might try to start a little bit early since I do work in the afternoon. And get it done. I was also going to try and get everybody's bad endings at that point too. Oh, they have a next now. Okay. I got my mom to help me finish a diamond painting last weekend. Oh, really? Did you buy another one? Are you now obsessed with diamond paintings? Misyr was saying he would be in charge of drinks. Are you going to? Oh, you should post it on the Discord so I can see it. I even have Discord open right now. I do. And that way I can see your post. Yeah, I was gonna start posting some other things on there. I did buy more coming. Ooh. I wonder if I can find Bailey J's one. That's the artist who I like. Like, I watch her VODs. She doesn't do VODs. I just call them VODs because that's what I make. She does art, and she does basically vlogs like of her day. Diamond art. Yeah, Diamond Art Club. If you go to Diamond Art Club, if you fall in love with Diamond Art Club, a bunch of Bailey J's arts are on here, and she draws super cute art. So she has Bakery, which is an oil painting she did. Vera, which is a Copic mix art painting she did. The Meeting, it's 3 cats sitting in a forest. There's some cute ones. Hey Guys, which is a Copic of a witch. Lack, which I don't think I remember when she drew that one personally, but it looks like it's pencil. So probably pencil and a little bit of Copic. She does a lot of Copic drawings. And then At Peace, which I believe is mixed media if I remember correctly. So she's done some really pretty ones. But Diamond Art Club, they partner with a bunch of artists as well, and you can get some pretty cute diamond arts there. Obviously, I only know this because I like that one person. So anyways, if you become obsessed, they have quite a collection. And they do like poster sizes. And like she used to do live streams when she would do them. And she would block out like a small square every like day to do. And it would take hours. It would take literally hours. So it's a lot of work, but it's really relaxing. I think it's really fun. It's almost meditating. You put on a good show while you're doing it. You could lose like 6 hours like that doing diamond art. Misyr was saying he was in charge of drinks. I was sure he would be by the table preparing lots of delicious coffees. With that assumption, I headed down to the cafe. However, he's not here. Maybe he went to the convenience store to get drinks other than coffee.
どうした？何か気になることでも？
That would be a big project, but fun. I gotta find a better posture. Been hurting my neck. She hurts her body too, honestly. Anytime you watch her do them, at the end of it, she's like in pain. But yeah, it's a lot of like down. Oh, I just forgot to mention, I hurt my back. I just did that and it was a lot of pain. And I don't know how I hurt my back because I'm just talented. But yeah, like she'll be in a lot of pain. Like she'll be really sore right here after she does it. I don't know. Like she uses a light, like not like this, but what's the right word? Have you ever seen one of those like drawing box lights? Like she has one of those and she'll put it underneath it so that it's lighting up the section so she can see the stuff easier, so she doesn't have to get as close to see like what's supposed to be there. Because when you're doing like a diamond art piece, there's a lot of times where like the colors are very similar right beside each other. So that was her little trick. So she wasn't constantly crouched over it too much. So if you're looking for like a way to make it more enjoyable and maybe a little less stressful, try getting a light box if you can, because you can find them online pretty cheap, especially if you're not using it for drawing and you're not too worried about drawing on top of it, you're just pressing on top of it. What troubles you, Leah? Is something the matter? Oh, Connus. I turned towards the voice that called to me to find Connus standing there carrying a large amount of items. He did say he was in charge of snacks. I'm sure he's on his way back from a trip to the store for ingredients. I came to see how Misyr was doing, but I don't see him anywhere. My bad.
Oh. ミシェルならば先ほどゲートの方へ歩いていくのを見かけたぞ。
I had seen Misyr walk towards the gate just a short while ago. The gate?
我もどうしたのかと気になりはしたのだが。
I too was a bit curious about what caused him to do that.
魔界の方で何かあったのかもしれん。最近のミシェルはあの部屋の様子を見に行くことが多いように思える。
Perhaps something in the demon world. Recently, Misyr seems to be spending much time in that room. I see. Thank you for letting me know, Connus. Connus assured me it was no trouble and began heading to the kitchen. I wonder if Misyr is still standing in front of the gate right now. Maybe I should take over the drinks if this is a bad time for him. That in mind, I step into a room I hadn't visited in a while with the gate inside. There was Misyr, gazing at the plate hanging on the gate, the one that read closed. His head was tilted. He looked puzzled. Though it seemed like he wasn't intending on heading back into the demon world. Misyr?
おう、君か。何も言わずに持ち場を離れて心配かけちゃったかな。
Oh, it's you. Sorry to worry you. I walked away from my post without saying anything. It's okay. Is something wrong with the gate?
いや、何もないよ。
Uh,
何もないはずなんだけど。
no, nothing at all. Nothing's wrong, but...
なんかさっき、この部屋の前を通りかかった時に、妙な物音が聞こえた気がして。
When I passed by her earlier, I thought I heard a strange noise. Misyr falls silent, staring back at the gate. I began to stare at it as well, but I couldn't see anything wrong with it. The plate read closed. I believe that means no one could have been in from the other world. I'm sure he thought the same thing. With that, the expression on Misyr's face began to fade quickly.
ま、気のせいか。店の方に戻ろうか。サボってた分、遅れを取り戻さないと。
Must be my imagination. Let's go back to the cafe, Leah. Time to make up for lost time. Would you like a hand? I mean, you're up for pouring coffees, right? I'd like to learn a little more from you.
お、それは嬉しい提案。ともかくまずはコンビニかな。
Ah, well, that's a nice
ジュースの種類を
suggestion.
揃えないとね。
We need to make a trip to the konbini first. We need to make sure we have soft drinks. I miss konbinis. I was in Japan for like 2 weeks, and my favorite thing to do was stop at 7-Eleven. All right, we leave the gate to our backs, smiling as we exit the room. To be sure, I glanced back at the gate. Relieved knowing there was nothing there, I closed the door without hesitation. I've never seen a door look so menacing before. A few hours later. All right, now we get to learn about the other worlds. I assume you want to start with the demon world. I would imagine that would be the way to get his attention, you know? Start with where he's from. Let him explain how he's from a world where he is the leader. I still don't believe it. I don't trust him. Alright. We're gonna have to do a lot of fast forwarding because I didn't think this through, but either way, there's still new cutscenes this way, or not really cutscenes, but story plot points we didn't get to see. We're just gonna have a jam fast forwarding. It's been 30 minutes and we're not to the story yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, here's a call from my job. You know what, job? I don't want you back. Stop calling me. You can't find anybody as good as me because you suck. And then I hang up. And then they're like, wow, what a great job. You know what? As celebration, let's take you to another world. And then I'm like, what? Really? Me? And we're like, yeah, let's go to Connus's world. And then we go to Connus's world. Oh, I have a nightmare first. Sorry. I fall somewhere else. That was weird, wasn't it? Was that weird? Did that happen, really? Wait, did that happen? I'm so confused. Did I see something I wasn't supposed to see? Did I fast forward through something I shouldn't have fast forwarded through? I thought I made sure. Oh, they pushed me down a waterfall. I nearly die. Like, this is ridiculous. Connus comes to my rescue. The fairies are like, bye. The Grim Reaper's here. We're not gonna have fun anymore. They all rejoin each other and they're like, weird, where'd you go? And she's like, I fell so far away. And then they're like, weird, you're crazy, lady. They're like, you know what? Let's enjoy this a little bit longer. Then we'll head back. And so we finally say, you know what? Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to just watch the spring turn into fall. I'm trying to remember what happened. Then Vinia shows up and goes, how inconvenient of you to show up on this land. Please let me take you to the queen. And I'm like, you know what? You don't sound like you mean that, so I'm just not going to go with you. And then she's like, good. And then we go with her anyways. In the end, totally drained of all happiness, Vinia begins walking away listlessly. Why did it pause on that? What a weird... Was that the only thing I hadn't read? We're like, he's an angel, a demon, and an old guy. And that's when he looked upset. A table rose from the ground, and we're all now being seated at this table, and we're drinking sweet, sweet nectar. I'm pretty sure that's all dialogue I've seen before. We'll never know. The world may never know. I will say once again, my least favorite thing in Tomy games is not having the ability to skip to the next choice. And I think for a game with an Atomi loving character, they should know that too. Like, skip to the next choice. It's so much better. It's better than sitting here and fast forwarding. Which, again, if I was thinking clearly, maybe I would have done this prior, but I wasn't thinking clearly. Now we're on Ringo's route. What happens in Ringo's route? Do I remember Ringo's route? I mean, I feel like we would have been introduced to the GPM. Oh, Ringo's route has him in it. Okay. That's right. Okay, a little boy stops at our cafe. He's 14. He's not that little, but, you know, he's 14. Everything gets real cold after he leaves. We're a little confused. We're hesitant. We tell Ringo about it. And then Ringo's like, I'll look into it. And so then Ringo looks into it when he gets back to the GPM. It does populate a person, front and center, a little boy, white hair, ice powers. And we learn that he is a changeling. Now, in reality, a changeling is a fairy that is born, similar to some birds that like lay their egg in someone else's nest. But it's a fairy that is born. They're swapped out with a living child. They keep the child. I'm not sure why, but they do. They just do. And they give you a fairy baby. Most people don't realize this happens. But in this reality, actually what that means is he is half fairy. He's related to fairies in some way. And he got the fairy trait. So unfortunately for him, he's gonna die because he can't breathe human air anymore. But yeah. Are you sure? Are you sure I can do it? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Talk about everyday life at Enchante. That's about as deep as it needs to be.
そうそう。出会った時のこととか、インパクトもあっていいんじゃない？
Exactly. Talk about how you met us would leave some impact, don't you think? I just hope the impact I described doesn't make him feel doubtful. But I understand if that's the case.
じゃあ今 SNS の方で地図と住所を送るから、カヌスとあとは鉄道
Send
の
you the
人で来て。
address. Okay. In the end, we all go. And then he shows up and we're like, hey, we're here to see the boy. And he's like, oh. And then his assistant shows up, which is the most suspicious looking person. And he's like, you're just stalling time. And then he's like, by the way, I lost him. And he's like, you can't be mad at me. And then we leave, and now we're on a search for him. This all happened a lot slower, by the way. And then Eel found him using his sweet, sweet radar. And then we persist. We persist forward. Lots of blood, lots of pain. Oh, that's when I realized that was Saikuna, not Saikuna. Whoops, just kidding. Sakuna, no Sai in there. Sakuna, because he he got a really deep voice for a moment, and I recognized the deep voice, and it made me happy on the inside. What a day. What a day. I mean, I guess I could talk about what I think's gonna happen next. So, like, we've...
そういうものかな?
Can you really get used to that? That was weird. Was that the only new thing? That was weird. So, Ignis's route, we learned he's a demon dog. Naturally. We got the spiciest scene of our lives. It's pretty spicy for a T-rated video game. Pretty spicy. We have not met anything from Misyr's world. I'm still convinced Misyr's world is not as he describes. I almost feel like he's a liar. And I think maybe he's in a desolate world. Personally, I could be wrong, and we will find out someday soon. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm still not sure how it correlates, and I'm interested. I thought the person that ended up being chasing ill was actually the same person after him, because he's a demon. And I thought that's who he was glaring at. Turns out I was wrong. But yeah. Okay, I have a choice. And I think it's I trust anyone. I trust everyone. Huh. That's the second time it's paused after I've made a choice, even though it didn't need to. I am messing with my nails right now, sorry. So that's what I'm thinking. I could be totally wrong, but he's the only world where they don't have much information on it. He constantly refers to himself as a video game character. Like, he knows a lot about the modern societies. But he do have magic. He do have magic, that's a real thing. So I'm a little confused. Similar to how I really thought that Verche was going to have very similar routes, given the fact that we're trying to solve this mystery, but each story had its own elements that kind of brought it in together. These have literally different worlds. So everything has been quite different. Il turns out that he's ran away from God. God's trying to take over our world because they're scared about what's happening. This guy is a loser who wants Ignis to turn into a mean monster and devour everything. And honestly, I knew pretty early on he was going to be evil. They keep doing this. It's a weird trope, I won't lie. It's a really weird trope where they put a really cute, bubbly character in and turn them into an evil person. So, like, I to this point, I do not trust any person that shows up that seems nice. It's not good. I'm developing trust issues. But I feel like in the angel world, by the way, this is going to be very rambly. Just get ready because we have so much to fast forward through. In the angel world, I'll also have a timer if you're watching this on Instagram, where you can, not Instagram, on YouTube, where you can skip to the actual story progression part. But the fear that the angels were having, I feel like maybe the cause of the wormholes is linked to Misyr somehow, which I know sounds kind of weird, but maybe there's someone trying to escape from his world, and that's why so many wormholes are like opening up. It's potential. No promises, but potential. I also put a little toy next to the Kirby's here, and you can't see it because it's right out of frame, so that's disappointing. And then Caunus's world sucks. Caunus's world sucks the most out of every world we've been to. Eel's world was terrible. I won't lie, it wasn't great. But Conus's sucks the most. Like, no one's happy in Conus's world. They can't even pretend to be happy. That's in charge, to be clear. The people in charge. They're all depressed. In the angel world, at least some of them are blissfully unaware. Man ran by a robot god. I don't know how that works. Ignis's world is also pretty bad. Relax while reading a book. Oh, we got a new option. I've read most of the books I have here. I have time though. Maybe I'll reread one. With that thought, I tried pulling out a handful of books. But I still remember what's in all of these. I was looking through the books on the shelf when I heard a soft knock on the door. Come in.
いや、あれ、読書の邪魔をしちゃったかな。
Hey Leah, am I interrupting your reading? Oh no, not at all. I was thinking of reading a book, but I've read everything here. I was just wondering what I should do.
へえ、これだけの量全部？君も結構読書家なんだね。
You've read all these books? You're a bookworm too, aren't you? Bookworm too? Oh right, you're usually reading a book when you're having your coffee, huh?
だね。俺は文庫本が中心だけど、気分次第では一日中
Pocket books?
本を読んでることもあるかな。
I just got all the Hobbit collection, the entire collection, Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, and those are really tiny books with lots of small writing in them. And I'm pretty excited to read them at some point because I never actually read them. I mostly read small pocket books, but depending on my mood, sometimes I read a book throughout the entire day.
じゃあ提案。読む本がなくて困ってるっていうなら、俺と一緒に探しに行かない？
I have a suggestion for you. If you're looking for something to read, why don't you come and find some books with me? Huh? Misyr took me to a place I'd never been, a used bookstore in the shopping district. It looked nostalgic and smelled of old paper. It wasn't a big store by any means, but it held a great many books. My heart started racing looking at all the worlds stacked high with words. I never knew a used bookstore was here. I mean, I see Florist and Siro Iwa, an electronics store, and something I can't read, and it looks like maybe a cafe right there. So yeah, I don't see the bookstore either. A lot of people have digital books now, but I always prefer the feel of paper. I'll do both.
わかる。本の香りも心を穏やかにするし。
Yeah, I get it. The smell of paper is relaxing.
せっかくだし、それぞれ好きな本を探して持ち寄ろう。
Leah, since we're here, let's find and grab whatever books we want. Yeah. Thanks, Misyr. At Misyr's suggestion, I headed straight for the shelves with any and everything related to the mythology stories. Grandpa's books had an influence on me. Recently, I'd been completely engrossed by this genre. Oh, this book was sold out online, and this one was so expensive that I held off on buying it. Who knew it'd be so cheap? It was a mountain of treasure to me. Caught in the moment, I continued picking up book after book, and then...
あらら、ずいぶんな量になったね。
Oh,
大きめ
wow.
のテーブルでよかったよ。
We've got quite a bit here. I'm glad we have a big table. After buying the ones that interested us, we went right back to Enchante. There, our treasures were piled high upon the table. Maybe we went a little overboard. It's not like we can read it all right
読
now.
み切れないのはタイトルをメモだね。
We'll just write down everything we have. Why? I moved the pile of books to the side and sit across from Misyr.
ここにあるラインナップを見た感じ、ファンタジーの類が好きなんだね。
Looking at the lineup we have here, it would seem your favorite stories are fantasy. You favor stories of fantasy. Yeah, I mean, I read all sorts of things, but I always come back to these. Oh, and the books you read, Misyr, are mystery novels, right?
そうだよ。よく見てるね。現代推理小説も好きだけど。
Ah, that's right. Good eye. I like modern mystery novels.
俺はやっぱり歴史に名を残す名作の方が趣味に合うかな。
I guess I'm more interested in the classic works of the genre throughout the times.
特にアーサー・コナン・ドイル作のシャーロック・ホームズシリーズとかね。
In particular, the Sherlock Holmes series by Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes series, world-famous detective novels by Arthur Conan Doyle. They tell of the activities of a great detective Holmes and his assistant, Dr. Watson. Oh, I know that series at least. Didn't even mention Agatha Christie. The great detective, Sherlock Holmes, and his partner, John H. Watson. Is this going to be a hint to Misyr in a bit? All stories revolve around the pair solving all sorts of crimes and mysteries, and even Maurice Leblanc, the author of the series The Gentlemanly Thief Lupin series, popular novels written by French author Maurice Leblanc about the activities of the gentleman thief Arsène Lupin. He had Holmes appear in his works, which was a big deal at the
明
time.
確な宿敵がいる探偵っていうのがまた熱くてさ。
A detective made out to be the arch rival. That was pretty exciting.
中でも天才的な知能を持つ犯罪界のナポレオン、ジェームズ・モリアーティ。
Doesn't that look like one of the guys from Code Realize? What's happening here? Within those stories, the holder of genuine intellect, James Moriarty, also known as Napoleon of Crime.
彼いいよね。計算高さと狡猾さ。
He's real nice. He's cunning and calculating. He is.
彼が実在するなら、あるいは別の世界にいるとしたら、ぜひ魔王軍の参謀にスカウトしたい。
If he were real, or maybe in an alternate world, I'd love recruit him into my Demon Lord army. I'd love to recruit him. I hope you rethink that idea. He's already an insanely powerful Demon Lord. He'd be unstoppable if he did that.
それで、君は今から何を読むの？
So what are you going to read, Leah? Oh, there's a lot here, but I think this one catches my eye. A love story set within the time of Greek mythology. So it's this story where a goddess and a human boy fall in love. It doesn't just have a crazy plot, but it's popular because of the psychology involved, and their romance is written in such detail. I'm sure it's not unusual in these myths for humans and gods to fall in love, but that's just how we read them. It's a love held not only by two people, but it went across species. It must have been hard. I want to know how it is. I'm sorry, I was rambling.
いやいや、構わないよ。俺たちと空想の類は切っても切れない関係。
She's like, sorry.
だからそういう話、実は好きだったり。
No, it's perfectly fine. Stories have a way of connecting us to what we can't cut Stories have a way of connecting us that we couldn't cut it if we wanted to. It's why you like them. Huh?
前に俺たちがちらっと語ったでしょ。
We mentioned it in passing before, right?
カヌス、デュラハンの存在が伝承として残っている一例のように。
Canis, for example, his existence has been passed down as a story of Dullahan.
悪魔や天使の存在もゲートやホールを通して俺やイルの世界から伝わってきた可能性があるって。
And stories of demons and angels might have appeared because of contact via gates and wormholes connecting to my and Il's world.
そう仮定するとさ、自分たちがこっちでどういうイメージを抱かれているかちょっと気になるじゃない？
Can you imagine the curiosity you'd have and about how people on the other side view us? I see.
それに
Also,
君がこういったものをどれほど好きなのか、その熱を理解できてよかった。
you're interested in these stories. I'm glad I understand your passion for them.
ありきたりなセリフだけどさ、夢中になれることがあるっていうのは
It's always
いいことだと思うんだよ
nice
ね。
to have something that you can just lose yourself in. I wouldn't go that far. This really is just a hobby for me.
趣味だからこそすごいんだよ。俺はどうも長い間生きてる影響か飽きっぽい性分でね。
There's something amazing about a hobby. Maybe it's because I've lived for so long, but I do tire of things easily.
今はマイブームの推理小説もあとどのぐらい続くかどうか。
Who knows how long these mystery novels I'm into now will last? That's right, Mysyr's lived much longer than the others. That said, he's probably done all sorts of things that normal people try. I'm sure if he had, it'd be hard to stick with a single hobby for someone like him.
だからさ、もしかしたらいずれ君と同じように空想の物語に思いを馳せる日が来るかもしれない。
Maybe the day will come when I'll be able to feel the same rush as you do from these fantastical stories.
その時はおすすめの本のご教授を願いたいかな。ね、先輩。
When that time comes, I hope you'll recommend me some books. Will you do that for me, senpai? Senpai? That sounds so strange. You're always my teacher when it comes to anything related to coffee. I laugh, holding my voice down so it doesn't bother anyone else around us. Misyr smiles at me in satisfaction for some reason.
こうやって静かな空間で君とコーヒー以外の話をするのも楽しいね。
It's nice to talk to you about something other than coffee when it's quiet like this.
みんなといるとどうも騒がしくなっちゃうし。いや、賑やかなのは好きなんだけどさ。
It gets noisy when everyone else is here. Well, I do enjoy the liveliness, though. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've held a conversation like this about books.
ならよかった。今回は急な話だったけど、機会があればまた誘っていいかな。
I'm glad we did it then. I invited you randomly today, but when we have another chance, may I invite you again? Of course. I'd like to hear about more of your favorite books next time. After that, we spend our time reading books. I feel like it'd be a book if it's a novel, let's be real. Unless you're really fast. Like my sister used to be able to read 2 books in a day. She can't do that anymore. Her energy is way low. At the time, taking breaks and talking about them until we had our full. We actually didn't spend too much time talking as we were reading, but the time I spent with Misyr was quiet and it felt so calming. After that, after the sun had gone down completely, whew. Hugging Kokoro after he gave me a welcome back squill, I sat on my bed. I was surprised to go out on a whim like that, but it was really fun. It might be nice to go out like this from time to time and forget about work. Cute. And you know, your dead parents, which is why she's depressed. Frequently, the outings turned into really consistent behavior. And then they talk about how they all took her out on dates. I think. And then turned into Il's turn to take her on a date. And it was convenient because I had an Atomi coupon to go to an Atomi event, which super exciting, I might add. I would love to. I'd have to go to another country, but I would love to go to one. Alright, let's see. Tomi Kitten. My phone. Don't push yourself. You've been prioritizing me for a bit. Don't push yourself. We can do whatever you want to do, okay?
いえ、無理などしていませんが。
I'm not pushing myself. As he spoke, his eyes went to a shop selling some goods. I'm happy you're so considerate, but not every day you enter a raffle, right? You're gonna regret it if you can't enjoy this to its
イベン
fullest.
ト当選の機会が貴重というのは指摘の通りですが、
The value of the opportunity of winning a raffle is exactly as you
しか
say.
し私の目的を優先しては肝心のあなたに有意義な時間の提供が
My main objective is to present you with a wonderful time, so... And you have. It's my first time coming to an event like this, but it's so lively. It's fun just seeing everything, and I can study the drinks here too. Really? Of course, I wouldn't lie about something like that. And it was embarrassing, but I'd be honest. Before, when we were going to the aquarium, I felt that just seeing the face you made when you were so giddy and happy helped me relax. And then we go to a bunch of places, we buy all the merchandise, we get very lucky, we got one of everything, if I recall. Then some dudes showed up, and they're like, hey, baby, where's your boyfriend? And then I'm like, I'm just here with a friend. And that friend turned out to be him. And then they had to wipe everyone's memories, so we had to fly away. And then we're almost done. We have one more chapter, and hopefully we'll get the right route. It's only been an hour. We're fine. We're fine. This is normal. This is exactly why I did all of this in advance to get to all the other routes previously. I did this while playing Lethal Company last time. I guess, no, I couldn't. I was gonna say, I guess I could have played Suika while we're fast forwarding through this, but I can't because Suika's on my Switch. I could play Minesweeper. That'd be fun. I used to be good at Minesweeper, I might add, when I was young. I want to see what is happening, she said very naturally to the group. And they're like, no, you stay here. It's dangerous for you to go. And so I'm like, darn, I couldn't go. And then my body told me to turn this to open, if I recall it. My body's like, open the door. So I did. And then I flew away. And then I woke up and I was on Amasaki Island. I don't know why we had to watch that in slow motion, but we did. And then all of these little guys, they make go, ooh! Oh yeah, skeletons. There's skeletons here. This is when he gets to be a badass for like a second. Gosh, I really hope I made the right choices. Because if I didn't, I'll just take a break. Alright, we're all here. We're all having a good time. We're thinking, ask Misyr and Elle to help, please. Misyr, Elle, could you two help gathering the kure? Considering that the best decision would be to ask the two for help. However, that's the second time it's paused after a choice. Usually, so if it's set to red, it will only pause if it's stuff, or sorry, not pause if it's stuff you haven't read. So it pausing makes me think I've not read it, but I have. I have read it. Oh my god, it's a giant hand. There's one of these that doesn't have a gem on it, and my finger was just losing its mind about it. I'm super happy about my nails, by the way. This took a long part of my day. Okay. I also know that it should pause on stuff you haven't read because I accidentally have it on skip all earlier when I first did this, and the first route I was trying to get onto was heels. And this game, fortunately, is very straightforward with your choices. Like, if you make choices, you need a better look, take a pic. Oh, of my nails? I can go to camp. My mouse is on, that is. I mean, we're frozen here. These are my nails. I will post, well, I have a personal Instagram that I usually post these on. Can it focus on my nails and not on Peach, please? Like, my nails, not Peach's head. Here, I'll cover Peach's head. And my face. Is it doing it? Is it still Peach? It's still Peach. But there's a heart. I'll post it on the Discord, actually. Yeah, it's kind of Queen of Hearts. It kind of gave me Snow White vibes because of the heart box with the swords through it. It's kind of my vibe. We did it. We caught up. But yeah, I loved him. I loved him a lot. I thought they were really cute. I showed her a photo and she made the whole thing happen all on her own. And then the unders are red, which is the first time I've done that. Because the last time I asked if I could paint the unders, they said they had to do the tips that were under. So they were fresh. I hadn't had my nails done since before Christmas because work was too much for me. We officially did it. We're at this part. Look at us. We survived, and it's only been an hour. We did it. All right. Turn that off. Someone was. They were quiet. Oops, I minimized the wrong thing. I meant to put this forward. Okay. Okay, so as a friendly reminder to anyone just tuning in, when this story starts, it's right over Amasaki Island. They just got back. It's that night. She's in Yanni mode. That's how it goes. All right. So she just came downstairs because she heard something. I saw Misyr back turned towards me sitting at the counter. Misyr, I didn't expect to see you here. You're usually in the demon world by now. After I called to him, Misyr turns towards me, his robes waving as if to greet me as well.
ああ、マスター。今日はなんとなくギリギリまでこっちにいたい気分でね。
If I recall, he has to be back home before midnight. He's like Cinderella. Yeah, well, here I am. I felt like hanging around until the very last minute today.
それと、君がゲートに引き込まれた例の妙な現象もあったでしょ。
You know, there was that weird phenomenon where you were pulled into the gate, right?
だから一応様子を見つつ軽く警戒しておこうかなって。
I just thought I'd see what's up and maybe stand guard for a little bit. I see. I appreciate you being concerned.
いえいえ、お気になさらずってね。
No, don't worry about it. Oh, right. I came down to pour myself some more milk, but would you like anything, Misyr?
お、それは嬉しいな。ありがとう。それじゃあせっかくだし。
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. Hey, since you're
こ
here.
の前約束した君だけの特製ブレンドをお願いしてもいい？
Can I try that special blend you promised me earlier, the one only you can make? Well, of course, certainly. But I really am still testing it out. You sure you want to try it?
もちろん。何しろ君が作った世界に一つのオリジナルコーヒーでしょ。
Of course, it's your own coffee that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, isn't it?
そんな素敵なものを最初に味わえる栄養。他の誰にも譲れないよ。
I won't let anyone else have the honor of being able to taste something so splendid. It's nothing so amazing, but okay, I'll try and make you the best cup I can. I smile, and as I went to boil some water, Misyr suddenly calls out to me, stopping me.
ああ、ちょっと待ってもらえるかな。それで一つお願いがあってさ。
Can you wait a minute? I actually got a request. A request?
できればそのブレンド、このカップに入れてくれないかな。
Yeah, that blend. Could you pour it into this mug? With a snap of his fingers appeared a coffee cup that fit perfectly in his hands. Why is it so tattered? Why does it look like that? It looked fairly old, with several small scuffs on its surface. What's this?
いわゆるマイカップってやつ。ほら、バーのマイボトルとか、ボーリングのマイボールみたいな。
It's my own personal mug, I guess. Some people have bowling balls, start sets, but I have a mug.
コーヒーマニアを自称する身としては、やっぱりカップにもこだわりたくてね。
It's not the one he's holding, like, there. Oh no, you can't see it because of the placement of Cafe Enchante. Just kidding. A self-proclaimed coffee fanatic, I'm particular about drinking vessels too. It looks just like an ordinary mug to me. That's a coffee cup. Please stop calling it a mug, game. Is it actually really expensive?
もしそれが割れちゃったら、魔王様の怒りで世界が滅ぶ。
Well, if it's cracked, the world would be annihilated by this demon lord's rage. What?
なんてことはないけどさ。 でもそれでも俺にとっては大切なものなんだ。
I'm just kidding, but still, it's something precious to me. Did I give it to him when we were kids?
だから丁重に扱ってくれると嬉しいよ。
So I'd be happy if you treat it gently. I was about to tell him he should leave it here if it was so precious to him, but his eyes were filled with kindness as he looked at me in the mug. So deciding that saying so might be insensitive, I quietly nod. However, the idea that this mug was something the powerful demon lord kept so preciously, it wouldn't disappear from my mind. I hope I don't get nervous and break it. But if my hands were shaking and I couldn't pour the coffee into it correctly...
まあその時はその時さ。大事な品ではあるけど、それも立派な消耗品だからね。
Well, if it happens, it happens. It is precious to me, but it is still a consumable product after
と
all.
いうことで、これからは気軽に俺専用ってことで、バンバン使ってちょうだいな。
So just relax and use it as my own special mug. Okay, if you say so, Misyr. If I drop it, I drop it. Holding against the pressure, I pour the warm milk into my own cup and the special blend into Misyr's. I tried over and over, adjusting ratios little by little. I finally began to see the cup I pour take shape. I'm still far from being able to hold pride in its completion, but this is the best cup I can pour. Here you go. Unable to hide my considerable anxiety or my movements becoming very stiff, I give Misyr the coffee. Misyr, who takes his cup in his hand while slowly taking in the aroma, begins to drink. A mug. Given to the heroine by Misyr, not accurate. At a glance, it seems to be an ordinary old coffee cup, but it seems quite important.
やっぱり美味しい。心に染み込むような味わいだよ。
This is well done. It hits me right in the heart. Good, I'm so glad you like it.
本当に美味しいよ。しばらくはこのコーヒーだけで生活できちゃうぐらいだね。
Seriously, it's really good. I feel like I can drink this coffee for quite a while. Don't overdo it. I still think there's a lot I can improve on with this blend. I drank my warm milk as well and enjoy a peaceful conversation with Misyr. That's right, Misyr, about the gate. Were you able to find out anything else?
ああ、いや、それがさっぱり。直に調べても見たんだけど。
Nothing. I looked into it myself, but...
なんか、不自然なぐらいに静かというか、逆にそれが怪しい感じかな。
It's eerie how quiet it is. That actually makes it more suspicious.
なんというか、扉を相手に使うような比喩じゃないんだけど。
It isn't exactly a metaphor you'd use on a door, but it's
危険
like...
外が近づくと露骨に猫かぶっておとなしくしてるって印象があるんだよね。
I get this impression it pretends to be nice and subservient when anyone else but you comes in. Are you telling me it's actually the door?
普通あれだけのことを起こした後なら何かしらの名残や動きが残っててもおかしくないと思うんだけど。
After all that has happened, I feel it wouldn't be strange if there were some sort of remnants left behind. I suppose that's true. Did you kick the door when you were a kid? It's almost like the very gate itself has a mind of its own, huh?
あるいはその先に広がる異世界に何かがあるかだね。
There's something in another world. There's something in another world that's behind it. Saying what it says.
だからしばらくはあのゲートに深夜一人で近づかない方が賢明かな。
It'd be wise to avoid the gate for now, for a little while. Definitely late at night, but especially if you're alone. Got it, I'll be careful. Even I wouldn't want to have to go through this same experience again, but I really am glad you all were there in the place I got sent to. It was thanks to you that the wormhole on the island was dealt with. Hey, what do you think the wormhole was really? He looks scared. Everyone was saying it's different from the ones usually out there, right? I usually aired out my comments while taking a. I casually air out my comment while taking a sip of warm milk.
ただ一つ言えるのは、あれは、あの世界は絶対に人間界に存在しちゃいけないもの。
The one thing I can say is that that world, it's a place that cannot exist in the human world.
なのにどうしてあんな場所に出てきちゃったんだろうね。
And yet why? Why did it appear at a place like that? As Misyr talks with a troubled look on his face, I thought back to this bar toy that appeared in that giant arm. Those things were without a doubt a threat to those living in this world. But now that we were back safely, I recalled that moment. That noise when the arm crumbled, it felt kind of like a scream.
そうだね。
Yeah.
意志もない人外かも怪しい、そんな伽藍堂の存在だったのに。
With no will of its own, I'm not even sure it's human. It was just a hollow being, and yet
どうしてか悲しい。俺もそんな感じがしたよ。
it seems sad. I felt it too. As Misyr closed his eyes, he murmured with a lonely tone in his voice. What did he murmur? Usually you tell me what they murmur. What did he say? No matter what strange things happen in the world, the morning will always find its way to greet us the next day. To provide hospitality in those mornings and the day to inevitably follow, it is my duty. Yes, for those who are human and those who aren't. Hello! Welcome to Cafe Enchante. No matter who my guest is, I'll always greet them with a kind smile, where memories and the aroma of coffee fills the room in this strange and spritey cafe. Sprightly, even. That's the ending of the prologue. And the start of, oh, what a sad looking boy. What a weird picture choice. I don't think anyone else had one look like that. Is that telling me something? Do I know something now? I wake up with a throbbing pain in my head. No. More accurately, I wasn't asleep. I didn't actually feel pain. Whether burned by a demon beast flame, or cut apart by a black knight sword, or pierced by a fallen angel's light, I wouldn't feel pain after all this. That's right. Exactly right. Pain and suffering. Feeling such things is nothing more than the distant past for me. Gotta enjoy that white noise. That's why the misery of my voice not reaching her, the despair of my hand being turned away, the difficult breathing when I saw his face as he happily spoke to her. I shouldn't feel anything. Is there actually a 6th route? Guys, I can't finish this on February 1st if there's another route after this, and this guy sounds hot. Just hear me out. I'm back, everyone. It's been bustling today. We started tasting the new menu items. But Connus has a dull sense of taste. Ignis doesn't care about anything besides meat. Both Eel and Kadia are picky eaters.
共に評価できるのが俺とリンドだけだからさ。思わず食べ過ぎちゃったよ。
So me and Rindo were the only ones able to give a decent evaluation. First off, I ate way too much. He's without waiting for a reply from anyone, relaxes his cheeks and starts talking. The same story he's told countless times. With a gentle aroma of coffee wafting about, he talks about a girl who owns a cafe where a great variety of non-humans hang around. No matter how badly I yearn, I can't reach it. He speaks about a different, distant world.
最近じゃあすっかり彼女のアンシャンテに馴染んじゃってね。
These days, she's growing used to running Enchante.
本当に不思議な子だよ。間違いなくごく普通の人間であるはずなのに。
She really is an odd girl. On the surface, you'd think she would be just an average human.
いつだって誰だって彼女はあのカウンターで
But no matter when, no matter who comes, she's there at the counter.
訪れた俺たち異世界の客を人外を笑顔で出迎えてくれる。
For any non-human visiting from another world, she welcomes them with a
温
smile.
かな居場所を与えてくれる。
She gives us a warm place to belong. Each time I hear the story, my chest throbs. Why? Why is he the only one saved? He's a liar. With unforgivable falsehoods, he covers up his body, a traitor who has no possible salvation. Yet why is it was only him? Why? What's different? Why? What did I do wrong? What am I missing? Why? About 100 more whys. Why can't it be me who gets to visit Enchante and smile? Drawn by a sound, I look up at the sky. With a sharp creak, the sky cracks and something falls far off. Seeing a little smoke rise in the distance, he looks over towards
ま
me.
だお客さんかな。最近急に増えたな。
Another guest. Lately, there's been a lot more.
スパルトイの件もあの腕の件もいろいろ調べたけど結局わからずじまいだし。
The Spar toy incident, the arm incident. I looked into it quite a bit, but in the end, found out nothing.
我が地元だから謎だらけで困ったもんだ。
It's my homeland, yet all the unknowns are troubling. As he says this, I watch his back. As he walks off, I say with a voice that will reach nobody. I've tried countless times to reach you. I have tried countless times to speak. I've tried countless times to seek you. Yet, as expected, he doesn't even notice my voice and he doesn't turn to face me. I already know. As long as I am me, the day of my salvation will never come. That's right. As long as I am me. Ame, who's coming? You. The singer? I for you. I to you. Under the investigation of GPM, among the countless other worlds said to exist, much like Beast World Bestia with its warlord Mitrocracy? What the heck? Warlord mentality. This is a world still shrouded in mystery with a demon king holding dominion over a singular social order. The demon world Asmodia. In its center sits the fortress of the Demon King, known at the Demon King Castle. In its halls, the head of each house gathers, meeting and speaking to each other face to face.
おい、聞いたか？帰らずの砂漠の端にあった村が丸ごと消滅しちまったって話。
This reads like the never-ending story. Did you hear the village on the outskirt of Desert of No Return vanished?
なんだそりゃ、初耳だぞ。ノラドラゴンにでも襲われたか？
Didn't hear that one. Did a wild dragon get it?
バカ！消滅したっつったろ。襲撃で滅ぼされたとかじゃなく、一晩で
Idiot, I said it disappeared. Without a trace. It wasn't destroyed by an attack, it disappeared without a trace
それ
overnight.
こそまるで土地ごとえぐられたみてえによ。
Just completely, as though it was plucked out, land and all.
はあ？おいおい、またかよ。あの辺りは先週も村が一つなくなったばかりじゃねえか。
What? Oh no, not again. A villager around there just disappeared last week. A muscular giant with 4 arms. We're gonna call him Baraka. A demon with a lion's face. We're gonna call him Artemis. And twisted horns. The demon's various forms speak and only one subject inquires. Cryptic fissures appear with an earthquake, the land around them sucked and destroyed. The disaster occurred across the demon world, and everyone grimaces at the news.
このままじゃまずいんじゃねえか。魔王様はどう言ってる？
At this rate, aren't we in grave danger? What's the Demon King saying about it?
ああ、そのことだが噂では。
About that, according to the rumors. Then, when the other demons begin to speak,
聞け皆の者！
take heed all. The Demon King's aide enters the hall and raises his voice to the gathered demons.
皆も知っての通り、魔界アスモディアは現在、危機的な状況にある。
As you all know, Demon World Asmodia is now facing a crisis.
度重なり発生する空間の亀裂。それに飲まれて消失した村は、今や10を超えている。
Constant fissures forming in space, the villagers sucked in and annihilated have now exceeded 10 in minutes. In number? 10 in number. Okay. The large hall, I know how to speak, I'm just not doing good today. The large hall hushes at this news. After acknowledging the silence, he continues his announcement.
だが、案ずることはない。この未曾有の事態を迎えたことで、魔王様はついに決断を下された。
However, do not worry. To face this unprecedented situation, the Demon King has made a decision.
この魔界が滅びる場合に備え、外の世界に新天地を求めるべきだと。
Ahead of this demon world's destruction, we shall seek new land in another world.
おいおい、つまりは異世界を侵略するってことかよ。
Oh, so we're going to invade another world?
侵略は上等だが、一体どこを攻めるってんだ？
I'm up for an invasion, but where will we attack? The heads gathered in the hall erupt at the sudden declaration. Perhaps hearing their responses, the Demon King's aide speaks sternly.
魔王様はおっしゃられた。
The Demon King has said,
展開はなんか怖いんでパス。要塞会は今ホールが通じてない。10階？俺冷え性だし。と。
The heavenly world is spooky. Pass. The fairy world has no wormhole. No way to get in. The beast world, I can't handle the cold.
おお。さすが魔王様。なんてフランクなお言葉だ。
I see it sounds like the Demon King, alright? He's very frank about it.
そこ以外だと、あとはどこだ？
So what other world is there?
目標はすでに決まっている。
Our target has already been decided.
我らが住まうだけの広さがあって、いい感じに住民が弱そうでなんかいけそうじゃね的な世界。
A world with about as much space as ours. I don't know how big this world is. With inhabitants that seem pretty weak, I'm a fleshy human. I'm very weak. I got no powers. And one we can take pretty easily.
そう。狙うは人間界。
Target is the human world.
さあ、勇敢なる魔族の戦士たちよ。爪を研げ、尻尾を立てるのだ。
Brave demon warriors, sharpen your claws and raise your tails. That's what I was picturing, that little... Would he pick us? Is he a demon king after all?
油断したな、愚かな人間ども。
You've let down your guard, foolish human.
すべてが策略であったとも知らず、世を仲間だと信じ込む貴様らは最高の道化であった。
Not knowing it was all part of my plot, your belief in me to be your friend was the height of foolishness.
嘘だ。私は信じない。あなたがまさか魔王だったなんて。
You lie! I can't believe it to think you were the Demon King.
愚かなり勇者コロロよ。その信じる心とやらが貴様らの仲間、遊び人リンドを殺したのだ。
You were a fool, hero Kododo. Your trusting heart is what killed your friend, Playboy Rindo. What a name. Yes, Kirida, why are you judging? I'm literally just wanting this to fall the same way as it is on yours. It was a lazy Saturday It was the lazy Saturday sunlight. Today's customers are currently one pair, a demon king and an angel. You too, sorry for the interruption, but we're bringing your orders over now. Could you pause your game for a while? The two were gazing at a game console, and when I speak to them...
あれ、もうできたんだ。ありがとう。
Ha! Is it ready already? Thanks!
ゲームをプレイしていると、時の流れを早く観測するのはジャンル問わず共通の事象ですね。
It seems the faster observation of time while playing games is the same phenomenon regardless of genre. I feel it. The two who were excited reading the game aloud put their play on pause as I asked.
はい、色はフロート。
Here we are, your float wheel. And Mysyr's usual blend here. Along with Katia, a very good helper now, we place the items in front of the two.
というか、さっきから騒がしいけど、何のゲームやってんの？
You're making a lot of noise. What game were you guys playing, Demon Souls? For one of the Otome games Il likes, the content seems kind of unsettling, didn't it?
こちらは先日発売されたばかりの女性向け RPG なのです。
This is actually an RPG aimed at women that was released just the other day. It's called Baldur's Gate 3.
何でも恋愛要素に特化し、村人からモンスターまで全てのキャラクターと恋愛ができる意欲作だとか。
It has romance components allowing you to swoon anyone and everyone you want, from villagers to monsters, any characters. That's how great Baldur's Gate 3 is. That does sound like a really adventurous game in many ways. It is. Get ready for Baldur's Gate 3. That's too many options though. Is that even manageable? He's really happy. Although the origin of the hero Kokoro's name seems happy to be part of the cast.
いやでも魔王が出るって聞いたから俺もちょっとやらせてもらったけどさ、案外面白いよこれ。
I heard it had a Demon King character, so I asked to try it a little bit myself, and it's surprisingly interesting. I just had a thought, hear me out. It said you can romance anybody, any booty in this game, right? What about the Demon King? be an Atomi game inside an Atomi game.
特に魔王がやりたい放題だし、仲間を騙し討ちにしたり、呪いを流して湖を死の湖にしたり。
Demon King does as he pleases. He can trick and sneak attack friends, or even curse lakes and turn them into lakes of death.
うわ
Yuck. How would you even develop a romance with someone like that? Suddenly ill, who seemed to be saving the game, Data raises his head.
しかし、このゲームの魔王はまさに悪、残虐非道といった印象を受けますが。
But this game's Demon King is truly evil. His atrocities. He's atrocious, not atrocities, my bad. That's my impression of him.
ミシェルはこれに比べるとあまり魔王らしくはありませんね。
Compared to him, Misyr doesn't seem much like a Demon King.
え、嘘。地味にショック。そんなに俺って威厳ない？
What? No way, I'm shocked. Am I really that dignified?
言われてみると。
Now that you mention it. I don't know about dignified, but you're right. He doesn't seem atrocious at all, does he? He says kind of unsettling things sometimes, but that's just Misyr's sense of humor. He's usually just the carefree Demon King as he seems right now. Although I know very well that he has ridiculous power. For example, at Amasaki Island, near my hometown where the Kure tribe lives, the big incident the other day when a fissure opened in the sky above the island and that boy Pony's Spar toy appeared, there's no mistake that it was resolved thanks to Misyr's power. Well, that's true. I'm trying not to be loud, which by the way is why I turned my sound off, because I'm trying to break this cookie up before I open the bag. I just don't know how much plastic sounds actually carry into my mic. Let's read the fortune while I have the bag. Life's greatest privilege is being able to help someone in need. That seems related to the game, doesn't it? Doesn't that seem like a trick? I'm really sad because Panda Express doesn't have your magic numbers. My coworker made us cookies yesterday, chocolate chip and white chocolate and Oreos. That sounds amazing. This is just a cheap cookie from Panda Express. Dude, I don't know. I have a love-hate with Oreos. I like Oreos and then I hate Oreos at the same time. But if I have milk, I'll eat Oreos. I'll eat Oreos until they're all gone. My favorite cookie to make is called a no-bake cookie. It's just like chocolate cocoa, oats, and peanut butter mixed together. And it's so good. I can eat those as well. I love making those. Those don't take too long either. With everyone's help, that form he took playing that beautiful tune. Oh, she's in love. It was less like a Demon King and more like something divine. Thinking back on it now, the musical performance was beautiful. So when your coworker made cookies, was there a reason? Was it just for fun? Kadia tilts his head at me as I thought. I was just thinking about what happened. About Amasaki Island. Okay, I got weird. That was the way it was written.
ああ、例の埴輪島
The Haniwa Island? Yeah, in the end, I never figured out the reason why the gate suddenly threw me out there. Or the true identity of this bar toy. Or the arm that we saw. Maybe because it was too shocking. Even now, I see it in my dreams. Did she have nightmares about Amasaki Island on any other route? I don't recall. The giant fissure cut into the sky, and as though reaching for something in those creepy arms, perhaps noticing my face turn a little pale.
あれから特に異変も起きてないし、気になるのはわかるけど、気に
Perfect
し
time
す
for
ぎ
you
る
to
の
cook
も
and I
良く
tell
な
you
いか
messed
も。
that timing up. It was the perfect time to eat a cookie and try to cross my legs, only I did the leg crossing wrong because I kicked the ottoman instead. There hasn't been any abnormalities after that. I understand your concern, but you don't need to worry so much. You told me you thought the door came to life.
GPM もあの島にスタッフを配備し、調査を続けているようです。何かあれば、リンドウから報告があるかと。
The GPM deployed staff to that island, and they've been investigating it. If they find anything, Rinda will tell us.
俺もそう思う。わからないことを考えすぎてもきっといいことないと思う。
I think so too. Nothing good will come of just thinking about things we don't understand. With Mysyr's cue, everyone smiles at me like this. But considering his notice of such a small change in me, Misyr doesn't really seem like an evil demon king at all. Thanks. I smile as I think this. As everyone said, that incident is already resolved. I need to change my mood. Right as I had this thought, the utensil set on the table starts to clatter on their own. That moment, the shop shakes violently. The tremor is so big it's hard to stay standing. Chairs, tables, shelves, everything dance in unison. The tremor shakes my body. The furniture jumps like it's possessed. I can't endure the shaking anymore, and when I'm about to fall over...
はい、静まれ。
Okay, calm down. Misyr lightly snaps his fingers. The furniture that was dancing around so much suddenly stops moving like it was all a lie. At the same time, my body feels gently supported by something I can't see, and my accident is avoided. That was such a shock. Thanks, Misyr. You're welcome, or so you must have thought. Misyr sips his coffee like nothing at all happened. Kadia, who had escaped into the air with Eel, lands while nervously looking around.
結構大きかったね、今の地震。
That earthquake was really big. Yeah, thanks to Misyr, nothing in the shop broke, but...
ここ以外はわからないね。念のため、ざっと見て回った方がいいかも。
Who knows about other places? You know, just in case, we might want to look around.
なら俺、厨房見てくるよ。ガス回り心配だしさ。
Then I'll check the kitchen. I'm worried about the gas line. Yes, please do. I should also check because you're 14, and if something is wrong in there, that'd be very bad. Being quite familiar with its layout, Kadia disappears into the kitchen. Then, are you okay, Eel?
ええ、体に損傷などはありません。カリアと共に宙に浮いていましたので。
Yes, my body has no injuries. I was floating in the air with Kadia. Okay, that's good to hear, but I have another concern for you, Eel. Do you think your room might be a total disaster now, like your mountain of goods, or like, you know, your Otome stuff?
Huh.
I think you had a collector's edition on a shelf with a statue, like right on the edge of a corner. What? Eel's face instantly goes pale and he flies off to his room. Alright then, should we go look outside? It would be dangerous if any pots broke. Luckily, the earthquake didn't warp the door and make it unopenable. With Misyr's help, I push open the door leading outside. Along the bright sunlight, what jumps into sight was As though ripped by a claw, a crack running through the ground. Huh? My eyes go wide and I hold my breath. You're kidding. A teleportation charm? I know it was a big earthquake, but for a crack like this to form?
いや、違う。
No, that's not it. Huh?
これは地割れなんかじゃない。
This is no mere crack in the ground. Sorry, there's a piece of cookie stuck in my tooth. Much like before. No, with far more strength than the big earthquake earlier, Misyr pulls me to his chest. That moment in the place where I was right before Misyr pulled me. C, B, I, E. E is more than K. E is more than K. Enchante is better than... I was gonna say Sympathy's Kiss, but it doesn't count because it starts with an S technically. What Otome game starts with a K? Enchante is better than Kimi wa something something. I'm sure there's something out there. With a groan, what looks like an undead hand crawls out. Ah! That was, well, totally different in size, just like what I saw on Amasaki Island. Just before the fingertips reached me.
この子に触るな。
Don't touch her. Misyr immediately swings his hand and blows the arm away. Pound, pound, pound. I am. What a cacophony. The arm disappears and the fissures that were in the ground slowly begin to close. All I can do is stare in confused silence. That just now, an arm like we saw at Amasaki Island, right? He's holding her, right? Is this not a CG? Why did that appear in front of Enchante? You don't get a CG of that? He pulled her close to his chest and protected her. To our next story. Train routes will be disrupted due to an earthquake today at 1400 hours. I actually don't know how to do 1430, but that would be 2:30 for not military time.
おお、どこも地震のニュースばっかだな。
Whoa, everything's about the earthquake.
かなり大きい地震だったからね。幸い被害はほぼないみたいだけど。
Sadly, I broke this into tiny pieces, so it's taking longer to eat. I thought this would make it faster, but it's not. It was a very large earthquake after all. Luckily, there was almost no damage here.
我もその時は近所の子らと遊んでいたのだが、泣き出す者もいて大変だったぞ。
He's so pure. What the heck? I was playing with the kids from the neighborhood at the time, and it was troubling when some of them began to cry.
私の部屋の大切なグッズたちも一部崩れ落ちてしまいました。
Some of my precious goods in my room have fallen over. A grieving eel stares into a tablet he holds as everyone exchanges words. That night, after the sudden earthquake, all of the regulars had been in the human world at the time, and they all had a taste of the intense shaking. After distributing some post-meal coffee and juice to everyone, I was also catching the news myself. When it goes to commercial, I sit next to Misyr in a position where I can see the table.
で、天崎島の時に見た腕をまた見たってのは本当かよ。
I heard someone outside my room laughing, which means they're probably in the other room. Did you really see one of those arms back at Amasaki Island? Yeah, it disappeared really quickly, so I had no proof, but...
俺も同じく彼女とそれを見たんだけど、間違いないと思う。
I saw along with her, there's no mistaking it. But the first one popped up, so I think we said that the wormholes were caused by angels in Angel's Route. Ill's Route. So does that mean the angels are after her? Because wouldn't that be the same reason? Unless they... Question mark? Why would it show up at her house? You know what I mean? It showed up at her hometown, now at her house. Both with skeleton hand. Are the angels being dumb? Would they really bring it that close? I saw it with her. There's no mistaking it.
天崎島で発生した謎のホールと腕がこの店にですか？偶然にしてはできすぎていますね。
A mysterious wormhole and arm from Amasaki Island appeared at this shop. This is too convenient to be a coincidence. As though everyone thought the same thing, pondering silence runs between all of us. And as though interrupting that silence, the commercials end. The newscaster on the screen resumes the news.
本日は地震に詳しい教授をお招きしています。早速お話を伺ってみましょう。
We've brought on a professor with expertise in today's earthquake. Let's speak to him right away.
先生、今回の地震には今までにない特徴があるそうですが。
Doctor, you've been saying that today's earthquake has characteristics that have never been seen before?
ええ、我々も驚いています。今までの観測史上、例のないものと言ってもいいでしょう。
Yes, we were quite surprised. One could say that such a thing has never been observed before in history.
元来、地震とは地盤、プレートの歪みによって生じることは、皆さんもご存知かと思いますが。
I presume everyone knows this, but normally earthquakes occur due to stresses in the plates on the earth, crust moving, usually off like and then earthquake.
今回の地震ではプレートに動きもなく、地震で生じる地震波も異常な数値を示しています。
However, this earthquake accompanied no plate movement, none of this, and this is seismic waves created by the earthquake displays abnormal numbers.
では通常の地震ではないと。
So, this wasn't a normal earthquake.
ええ、学者として、こういう表現が正しいのかわかりませんが。
I almost had it out of the bag and I dropped it. Yes, as a scientist, I'm not sure if this expression is quite correct, but...
世界そのものが揺らされたと、そんな印象を受けてしまいますね。
He said he's not sure this expression is correct. I've never heard this as an expression, so... If someone knows something I don't... The entire world itself shook. That's the impression that I have. It's not an impression. I don't understand. I could be confused.
学者としては大胆な意見だな。非科学的だ。
I feel like that is not the next logical thing. Unless he tells me it happened all around the world. Which they didn't mention this happening anywhere but in Japan so far. That makes no sense. That would be a world disaster if it was the world shaking. Right? They didn't say anything about this. I'm not over this. Okay. Nowhere in that did it say the entire planet experienced this at the same time. Nowhere. So that... I'm not over this person saying that the entire Earth shook. Like, it would be more than just one place. Quite a bold opinion for a scientist. It was rather unscientific.
科学に真正面から喧嘩売ってる首なし騎士のセリフとは思えねえな。
Yeah, this is coming from a headless knight whose whole existence is unscientific.
まあそれに関しては魔獣も天使も人外の存在そのものが同じことかと。
In regards to that, I am certain the existence of demons, angels, and all non-humans fall under that category. As everyone exchanges jokes, what I think about, of course, is the incident on Amasaki Island. Before it was near my hometown, and this time it was in front of the shop. It was as though this phenomenon had some connection to me. A vague sense of unease fills my chest, like something frightening is slowly getting closer. Terrible premonitions swirl around in my mind. And no one seems to think that but you. I'm glad you had that, because I said that too. After finishing washing the last cup, I sigh. I thought the day would be just a normal day. But suddenly, all of the conversations became scary. Back at Amasaki Island, that abnormal event happened in the sky, and it was at a comfortable distance. I was more surprised than anything, so I wasn't terrified in the same way. But seeing that arm again, directly and up close, it makes me tremendously uneasy. Even if I tried to sleep, it's clear that I wouldn't be able to. I should get some fresh air. When I exit into the backyard, the cool wind I was seeking immediately graces my cheeks. But when I gaze up at the pretty well-ordered yard, at that moment now, that fissure could open up. My imagination plays out horrible scenarios. Coming outside had the opposite effect. Imagining how frightening that could actually be, I returned to the shop
おっ
when...
と、もう戻っちゃうの、お姫様。
You're leaving already, princess?
せっかく綺麗な星空なんだし、もう少し堪能してみたら。
The starry sky is beautiful. Why not enjoy it a little bit more? Just then, just coming out of the entrance, Misyr greets me with a smile. Misyr, what's wrong? Thought you'd be in the demon world by now.
そうなんだけど、それよりも君が気になっちゃって。
Normally you'd be right, but I was more concerned about you.
やっぱり昼間の件、怖い。
Are you worrying about what happened today? I think the truth is the best plan. We're gonna savor this. I'm really scared. Leisurely yet direct, he presents his question. Yeah, I'm feeling really scared. When I think about something like that happening near Enchante again, I mean, thankfully nothing was damaged, but what if people like Katia or the other visitors would have gotten hurt? Enchante, as its owner, I know I should be more dignified? I thought I'd gotten really used to strange days with non-humans in other worlds. Apparently, because something like this happening 3 months after I acquired the place, it seems something like I should have already known what to do. It's weird. Aside from the taste of coffee and cooking, in this special cafe, the owner of Enchante needs to be able to adapt after all. I start to feel disappointed in myself for being scared. But Misyr,
別にいいんじゃない。堂々となんてしなくてさ。
does that really matter? It's not undignified to be afraid. How? As though wiping away my unease, he lets out a cheerful grin.
怖いものは怖い。不安なものは不安。いいんだよ、それで。
What's scary is scary. What's unsettling is unsettling. It's fine to feel that way. Is that really true?
うん。それに、こういう人知の及ばない厄介事こそ、俺たちラスボス人外図がいるんだし。
Yeah, also troubles like this beyond human knowledge are why last bosses like me are here.
遠慮なんてしないでさ。助けて、ミシェルって言ってくれた方が俺は嬉しかったり。
Don't hold back. Just say, "Help me, Misyr." It would make me happy if you asked that. I can't but smile at the silly attitude of his. What? Is that how I sound?
迫真のお芝居でしょ？
A perfect impression, right? What? It was terrible. As I chuckle, he smiles again. Before I knew it, the darkness permeating my chest had disappeared somehow.
ちょっとはリラックスできた？
Do you feel a little more at ease? Yes, thank you. To be honest, I was too scared to sleep. When I mutter this, Misyr looks to me thinking carefully.
それじゃあ、君がいい夢を見れるように、魔王様からのプレゼント。
I have a present from the Demon King, so you may have sweet dreams. He beckons me over, and when I come right before his eyes, he spins me around, turning my back to him. Then,
いくよ。
here goes. When Misyr says this, a familiar sound rings out. Following that, a familiar light floats up in our surrounding area. Of course, I wouldn't forget it. This beautiful keyboard of light is. This is what you used back at Amasaki Island to close the wormhole?
そうそう。とは言っても、今回は特に効果はなし。音を鳴らすために形を再現しただけ。
That's right. Although this time it has no special effect. I just recreated the shape to make sound. True as Misyr said, when he presses his fingers, lights dance about. Beautiful tones play out in color, challenging the very beauty of our flowers. Such a gorgeous sound. Before I realize it, simple words like that waltz off my lips. As I thought, listening again closely, Misyr's performance is beautiful. No, the melody playing out as though sweeping away my unease. Far, far more than that time. I can hear the gentle, delicate tones as I listen to it in enchantment.
はあ、そうだ。一緒に弾いてみよっか。
Hey, would you like to play together? As Misyr's sudden suggestion, I blink my eyes. Wait, me? What's this magic? Is it okay for me to touch it?
平気平気。さっき言った通り、これはただ音を鳴らすだけだよ。
It's fine, it's fine. As I said before, all this does is play sound. As he says this, Misyr takes my hand. Then, at his prompting, I touch the weightless keys of light. And I make the sound for opening a chest in Zelda. Oh my god. Hit the wrong button, didn't I? It reacts to my fingers and sounds ring out with dancing light. I can't help but smile at the spectacle. I am absorbed by it, playing my clumsy sounds over and over. As I do this,
喜んでくれてよかった。
I'm glad you seem to like it. Misyr smiles as he says this, playing on another part of the keyboard. I wonder if he's trying to harmonize with me. My awkward tones don't obstruct his performance at all.
まあそんなわけで魔王様もいろいろと心配してるんでね。
Well,
君の力になってあげたいんだよ。
anyways, even a Demon King's son has his concerns. I want to be your strength, Leah. Right. Thank you, Misyr. As I thought, you aren't an evil Demon King. You're a kind Demon King.
ねえ、それはちょっとラスボスとしては複雑なような。
Get it? Get it? Because he's the last route. But that gives me mixed feelings as a last boss, of course.
何度も言ってるけどね、俺魔界だと結構暴君なんだよ。圧政とかバリバリ敷いてるし。
I've told you so many times, but you know I'm a tyrant in the demon world, right? I abuse my despotic powers. Don't return to the castle until you've found my favorite coffee beans. Like that?
俺の圧政イメージってそんな感じか。
That's your image of a tyranny? From what I've seen of you, that's as extreme as you get, I imagine. As the two of us start laughing together, I opened another chest in Zelda. Our sweet duet beautifully resonates, rising high into the starry sky. That night, likely because I was immersed in a lingering memory of this beautiful harmony, I had no strange nightmares of those fissures or my arms. Or the arms. My arms were fine. In fact, I was able to sleep with happy feelings. He loves me. 1 week after that happy performance, no abnormal events of note happened. As though that fissure had just been a coincidence, my peaceful routine at Enchante had been happily reclaimed. Vivid sunlight fills the room on a certain day just past noon. As usual, sitting at the counter seat, looking down at the paperback book, yet kind of nodding off, a Demon King half closes his eyes, looking like he could fall asleep any second. On the opposite side of him, I grind coffee beans in a mill, then while slowly steaming them, I begin to gaze at him intently. Should I wake him up or let him sleep? Right when I'm hesitating on a decision, the book he's holding slips and falls, and his eyes open wide at the sound.
あれもしかして俺寝かけてた
Was I falling asleep? Yep, you looked really comfortable.
あちゃ魔王がうたた寝とか威厳がないのはこういうところが原因なのかも。
A demon king dozing off? Is this the reason why my subjects think I lack majesty? While he seems to be seriously concerned, I can't help but smile at him. He picks up his book, and as he sits, here you go. I present freshly brewed coffee to Misyr. He seems puzzled, of course. It's because I made it without him asking. I thought you might want to drink some. If you happen to wake up, I tried preparing a blend.
さすが俺の思考がよくわかってる。
Oh.
ありがたくいただこうかな。
You really do seem to know how I think so very well. I suppose I'll accept your generosity. Misyr lightly rubs his eyes, then.
もちろん何しろ君が作ったそんな
After resolving the incident on Amasaki Island, what I made is a blend still in trial stages. Afterwards, seeming to like it, he orders it many times and happily extends his hand. Misyr, after slowly enjoying the aroma, gently placed his lips to the slightly bitter surface.
美味しいよ。
Yes, it's delicious.
入れる過程で風味が損なわれてない。俺が今まで飲んできたコーヒーの中でもトップクラス。
This brewing process doesn't lose the flavor. This is top shelf among all the greatest coffees I've had the honor of tasting. I see. There's still a lot of room to improve, so I was going to work on it more. But I'm still happy that you like it, Misyr. Oh, but top shelf? Does that mean it still isn't number one?
ああ、別に比較するようなものじゃないけど、そうなるかな。
Misyr's challenged me. I must now make the best coffee in the world. I didn't mean that as a comparison, but well, yeah, that's about right. I suppose that means that the bar Grandpa said is still very high. I hear the path of coffee is a deep one. I wonder how many years of training it'll take to even reach his level. Since his is the bar I want to raise above, I think back to how Grandpa looked as he would brew his coffee.
一応言っておくと、俺が一番好きだって感じたコーヒーは、ソーアンの入れたコーヒーじゃないよ。
Oh, just so you know, the coffee I liked the most wasn't made by Soan. What? Really? I totally thought that was the case, so I'm pretty shocked. At my state, the Demon King chuckles.
味の問題じゃないんだ。
Well, it's not an issue of flavor.
一番美味しいと、一番好きってさ。
Most delicious does not equate to most preferred in my opinion.
似てるようで、全く違うと思わない？
While similar, they are totally different, no? Most delicious and most preferred. I suppose they're similar, yet now that I'm asked about it, the tone and the feeling behind it, they're both different. Okay, wait. Most delicious and most preferred. I feel like maybe they right, but most delicious. Most delicious. Okay. Maybe most delicious is a singular person and most preferred would be the flavor most people choose.
コーヒーに限らず、食べ物の好みは、ただ味だけで決まるものじゃない。
Not just coffee, but all favorite foods aren't purely determined by flavor.
飲む場所、飲む時間、飲む状況。誰と一緒に飲んでるか。
I am
誰が入れ
struggling
て
just
く
to
れた
cross
も
my
のなの
legs right
か。
now. It's because like the blanket got tangled up in my legs when I crossed them. Oh my goodness. When, where, and how you drink it, who you drink it with, who made it for you.
そういうのがぴったり噛み合った時に偶然できるものだと思うよ。
When all of these things come together, it just happens.
最高の一杯ってやつはね。
You encounter your greatest cup. I get it. That's true. While I might think the food at a classy restaurant is delicious, the nostalgic food of my mom made eaten together with my family, it really means the world. Then what are the conditions for coffee to become your favorite?
ああ、それはね。
That's
内緒。
a secret. What? It's unfair to just dodge the question like that. If you say it like it's so profound, that makes me even more curious.
そんな簡単に正解を教えちゃったら面白くないでしょ。
Now, it wouldn't be very fun if I just told you the answer, would it?
それに最近君ってば俺の恐ろしさを忘れがちみたいだし。
Also, lately, it seems you've forgotten just how frightening I really am.
ここはちょっと意地悪をして悪的なアピールをしておきたいなって。
I think I should be a little mean here to get my evil points to level up. He says that, but his voice and tone of voice are nothing but kind. I don't feel a shred of ill intent. Isn't this a little too soft to get your evil points up? I say this, but these conversations are so fun. As me and the mischievous Demon King smile at each other across the counter.
水木の
Recollection? Without our noticing, Il has come down from the second floor and was staring at us.
Iru?
Il? What's wrong? If you have an order, I'll take it. When we call to him, Il casts his eyes down.
いえ二人がとても幸せそうに
No, you two just seem very happy.
懐かしいそう私が一番美しいと思う表情で微笑み合っていたので
It's nostalgic. Yes, the most beautiful expressions. You smiled at each other.
つい見惚れていただけです I regret breaking that cookie into so tiny pieces. I just dropped a piece and I don't know where it went. On top of that, now they're tiny crumbs. I can't grab them as easily if I had just broken it in half like I usually do. And for anyone who didn't watch Il's route, he's from the world of angels. He came to Earth because he wanted to learn what love is. Because he didn't know what it meant to be in love when he had met the angels of recollection. Basically, they kept records. They had fallen in love with each other. They didn't know the word for love. And so he came to Earth trying to figure out what it meant. So he's reminded of them right now. I was simply captivated by that. 私部屋に戻りますね誰が来店しているか気になって降りてきただけなので
I will return to my room. I only came down because I was curious about who had visited the shop. Il's smile was a little different from usual, and the two of us tilted our heads. Then, after Il returned to his room, as though taking his place, the entrance doorbell rings, announcing a new visitor.
Misyr.
Misyr. Welcome, Rindo. Faster than I can greet him, Rindo briskly walks over to us. He didn't even say hi to you. I thought he punched him. Then places his hands on the counter table in front of Misyr.
のんびりコーヒータイムを楽しんでるところ悪いんだけど、今回の侵略の件、どういうつもりなんだい？
Sorry for interrupting your coffee, but about your invasion matter, what are you even thinking? He's smiling, but Rindo's voice is full of force.
何の話？
What do you mean? In response to Misyr tilts his head in question. Puzzled by the difference in their tone, I can't help but interrupt. Rindo! What is this all of a sudden?
ああ、ごめん、挨拶もせずに。
Yeah, I was here the whole time. Sorry, I didn't even greet you. As if to explain the situation, Rindo pulls out his smartphone, then holds the screen up to me. Shown in the middle of the map is the harbor area of Tokyo Bay.
東京湾の外れにある臨海倉庫。この一角に先日ホールが開いた。
A coastal warehouse by Tokyo Bay, a wormhole opened up in the area recently.
そして 今朝になってそこから現れた人外がその周辺を占拠し始めたんだ。魔界から来た魔族を名乗ってね。
This morning, non-humans came through it and started to occupy the surrounding area, said they were demons from the demon world.
魔族
Demons? That means...
そう。ミシェルが牛耳る魔界の住人だよ。部下とも言えるのかな。
That's right, they're inhabitants of Misyr's domain. More accurately, they're subordinates, yes?
だから彼なら何か事情を知ってると思って聞きに来たんだけど。
I came here thinking that he would have more information about the situation at hand.
この様子を見る限り心当たりはないんだね。
But judging from his state, he doesn't seem to know.
魔界って一言で言っても広いからさ。少なくとも今回の件、俺はノータッチ。
Demon world, you know it's quite a large place. I've no knowledge of this matter. Misyr shakes his head. I nod my head and continue. Also, I can't think of Misyr suddenly doing such a thing without a good reason. That's why I question Rindo. A group of demons probably acted on their own without Misyr's consent, right? Isn't that more likely?
正直、僕もそっちの線が濃厚とは思ってる。
To be honest, I think that line of thought is more likely.
そもそもミシェルなら部下なんて使わないで一人で破壊行為に乗り出しそうだし。
Besides, Misyr wouldn't use subordinates and would probably just start vandalizing a world on his own.
そりゃ薄くて熱い信頼をどうも。
Thanks for the slight and also the trust. In reality, Misyr is the king who rules demons. The subordinates reflect the superior. It seems this custom of human society also applies in the demon world. And the superior, the king, is Misyr.
仕方ないね。気乗りはしないけど、この件は俺が何とかするよ。
I guess I have no choice. While I'm not enthusiastic about it, I'll take care of this matter. He finishes the little coffee he had left and stands up looking very annoyed. Leaving Enchante, driving at high speed in Rendo's car for a little under an hour. The rusty door of a run-down warehouse opens with a creaking sound. The smell of iron rusting from the sea breeze greets us as we step inside. So this is a warehouse where the demons appeared?
そう。東京湾で降ろしたコンテナを運び込む際に使われていたそうだけど、数年前に管理会社が倒産してね。
That's right. I hear this place was used to store containers unloaded, not uploaded, around Tokyo Bay, but the company went bankrupt a while ago.
で、どうだい、魔王様。同族の気配とか分かったりする？
Mr. Demon King, do you sense your kin's presence?
いや、今のとこそういうのは感じないけど。というか、その前にさ。
No, I don't sense anything like that, but before we get into that, Misyr turns around looking at me with a complicated expression.
君までついてくる必要はなかったんじゃない？
Was it really necessary for you to come along? His view is exactly right. Yeah, I was kind of wondering myself, but he said as long as I don't leave your side. The one who allowed it, Rindo, looks around alertly and makes a bitter smile.
いや、まあ、あんなに気になるって目で見られたらね。
Well, you know, she looked at me with those wide eyes that just screamed, I'm curious.
はあ、普段うるさいくせに変なとこで押しに弱いな。万が一の時はちゃんと彼女の盾くらいにはなりなよね。
For all your nagging, you fold when the slightest pressure comes your way. If worse comes to worse, you're her shield. Got it?
了解。
I got it. Shaking his head and shrugging, Misyr starts walking again, and we go deeper into the warehouse. After passing the shadow of a certain container, Misyr steps right in front of me. Misyr, what's wrong?
いや、魔族、見つけたは見つけたんだけど。
The demons, I found them, but judging from Misyr's stance, it's probably not dangerous. Me and Rindo then follow his gaze too. Are they giant fruit jelly? Without thinking, I mutter my impression of what I saw. The fruit jelly turned to us in unison?
おお、ついに侵入されてしまった。現地の人間、略して現地人に。
Oh, they raided us, the humans that live here. You know, the natives.
戦っても勝ち目はあんまりない。スライム的にはやり過ごすのが正解。
Well, we'll probably get smoked in a fight. The slime's way is to let him pass. They speak? Which means they must be kind of intelligent non-humans. Are these the demons we were searching for? They mentioned slime. It's kind of like the slime monsters that appear in games and stuff, like, I don't know, Dragon's Quest. A common monster from RPGs, a gelatinous life form of indeterminate shape. Their strength varies based on game they appear, though they are usually very weak. True, the image from their appearance is much like that.
君たちだよね。魔界からやってきたっていうのは。
So, was it you guys, the ones who came from the demon world? Misyr asked in a disappointed way. Then the slimes huddled together and start trembling.
違う。スライム魔族違う。魔界とか聞いたこともない。
Slimes aren't demons. We've never heard of the demon world.
言いがかりはやめてほしい。スライムたち、どこにでもいる普通のペットの一種。
Don't go accusing people of stuff. Slimes are just the type of pet, totally normal and found in worlds everywhere.
そうそう、侵略の下準備とかしてない。ぜひとも放っておくと吉。
That's right. We're not preparing an invasion at all. Just leave us alone.
ひとまず君たちが魔界から人間界侵略のために来たのは分かった。
Sure, alright. Clearly you've come from the demon world to invade the human world.
なぜバレたのか
How did you know?
いや、なんというか、君たち嘘がつけないタイプだね、としか。
You know, you're not very good liars. During this conversation, Rindo has a doubtful look on his face, then pats Misyr on the shoulder.
あのさ、ミシェル。あれ、本当に魔族で合ってるのかい？
So Misyr, are these really demons?
その割になんか彼ら、全然迫力ないし、魔王である君に反応しないんだけど。
They don't seem very threatening at all, but they aren't even reacting to the Demon King himself.
田舎魔族ってやつだね。魔界には写真とかないからさ、魔王の顔を知らない連中も多いんだ。
They must be from the countryside demons. We don't have photographs in the demon world, so a lot of folks don't even know my face. Ah, so that's... As though aiming to interrupt our conversation, a sharp cackling sound shake the warehouse.
そこのポンコツスライムたちに代わり、比例を詫びさせてもらおう、人間どもよ。
Speaking for those worthless slimes, I apologize for the impoliteness, humans.
本当はなんかもうちょっとばかりまともな人選もあった気がするが、ホールが思いのほか小さかったのでな。
While I would have liked to be more selective in personnel, the wormhole was much smaller than
肩
expected.
の関節を外して必死に頑張った俺様以外、軟体のこいつらぐらいしかこの世界にはやってこられなかったのだ。
Aside from me, who discollated his shoulders to squeeze through, these soft bodies were the only ones that could come to this world. This voice, where is it coming from? I fervently look around. On the stacked containers, I spot a single silhouette.
念のために下がって。
Leah, get back just in case. Misyr immediately shields me behind his back, and right after,
とう
for some reason, the silhouette makes a valiant shout and leaps from the container. It lands magnificently, revealing his form, which appears was a lone man. Okay, right on brand, right on brand. Dark brown skin, a sinister-looking tail, protruding horns. This form is exactly like a demon. Remaining hidden behind Misyr's black, I say this confidently, knowing what it was.
はははその通り
Exactly right. Look at that belt. Look at this fur.
というわけで、そのスライムたちに代わり、俺様が改めて説明してやろう。
Anyways, I'll let these slimes shut up now and explain everything myself.
この倉庫は我ら魔族が占拠した人間界征服の共闘法にするためにな。
This warehouse is claimed by us demons as our behetch to conquer the humans' world. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit that one. Not my keyboard, my controller's sideways on my lap. In a battle, this refers to an important position held on the front lines for deeper advancement. What? He declares this so boldly, I am lost for words. You're going to invade the human world from here? From this?
いいリアクションだぞ人間。その恐怖こそが我らの糧とな。
A fine reaction, human. Your fear is my nourishment. From this little place?
世界侵略用にしては随分小さな共闘歩だね。
Yeah, it is a pretty tiny... Is this beachhead is what it looks like for an invading an entire world? When we state our frank impressions, the man crosses his arms with a humbled face.
ぶっちゃけ俺様もうすうすそう思ってたところだ。
Indeed. To be honest, I thought it was a little small myself.
人間界はあれだ。俺様の想像より少しそう3億倍ぐらい広いようでな。
The human world is it's a little bigger than I imagined. Yeah, like about 300 million times bigger. What?
そこはせめてもう少し広めに見積もってから侵略計画立てたら。
Maybe you should make your estimates a little bigger when you form your invasion plans? Misyr makes an appropriate point, but the man laughs it off.
まあ人間界がどれだけ広かろうと俺様の圧倒的な力には関係のないこと。
Regardless of how big the human world is, it is nothing before my overwhelming power.
ということで最初の獲物は貴様らだ。
With all this said, you will be my first prey.
さあ我らの力に怯え服従するがいい人間ども。
Now tremble before my powers submit while you still can, humans. The man points his fingers and finally takes a good look at us. At Misyr and Rindo, and finally, from behind Misyr's back at me, having poked my face out a little to talk. The moment he spots me, for some reason, the demon man opens his eyes wide and is lost for words. What is it? He's staring right at me. So who exactly are you? You're not a slime? Are you a leader of the Demon King's army? One of the big four? Or...
ああ、ご本
Unable to endure the silence, I ask him this, and the man's body stiffens instantly. After seemingly forced coughs to try to hide his discomposure.
では、名乗ってやろう。
Very well, I shall introduce myself.
聞いて驚け。そして恐怖するがいい。
Listen in awe and be struck with fear.
俺様こそが、魔界にそのものありと歌われし。
I'm the one admired by all in the demon world.
はい、好きだらけ。
Yes, and you're wide open. Quite literally, in a single stroke, Misyr snaps his fingers, and right then, a man is blown away with intense force right into the wormhole behind him. It engulfs the man's body, and he is sucked in with impressive speed.
よーし、まずは1本目のホールインワン。お次はそこのスライムたちだ。
Alright, that's a hole in one right there. You slimes are up next.
問答無用とか、なんたる鬼畜の所業。スライムちょっと恐怖で青ざめてきた。
Such brutality! With no mercy, we slimes are going in a little pale in fear.
潔く飛ばされるのが吉。
Being gallantly thrown away is a good ending.
立派に戦い。
This was for my granny back in the country. We fought to the very end, Granny. The slimes for impressive parables as they soar through the air. I feel sorry, but it was kind of beautiful. With all the demons blown safely back through the wormhole, the warehouse has regained its peace, but...
なんというか、侵略とか選挙とか、そんな言葉が全然似合わない出来事だったね。
Is he the Demon King? Is that why he pushed him into the wormhole? How should I put it? Invasion, occupation. Not sure any word really describes what just happened now. Hey, Misyr, they were your subordinates, right? You blew them away pretty violently.
いいのいいの。魔族だけあって体は頑丈。あの程度じゃかすり傷も負わないよ。
It's fine, it's fine. Demons have really tough bodies. I'm sure they didn't even scratch them. Okay, if you're sure. Afterwards, with the uproar resolved, we head back home. According to Rindo's contact and protocol, the warehouse wormhole will be monitored by GPM until it closes. After we arrive home, we talk about what happened today to everyone gathering at the shop for dinner.
つまり、ミシェルの許可なしで、部下が勝手に人間界侵略を進めてたっつうことか。
You're saying that Misyr's lackeys tried to come and invade the human world without his permission?
聞いた限り、随分と個性的かつ、御しにくい部下のようだ。
As far as I heard, it seems those subordinates are quite unique and difficult to control.
日頃気軽に振る舞ってはいるが、魔界では上に立つ者として苦労が多いようだな、ミシェル。
You act rather casually every day, yet it seems standing at the head of the demon world is quite difficult this year.
ミシェル、よければこちらのアイスをどうぞ。私からのねぎらいのプレゼントです。
Misyr, you can have this ice cream if you want, a present of gratitude from me. Cute.
あはははは、みんなの目が同情で生温かい。特にイルが気遣ってくれるとか。
All of your eyes are warm with sympathy, especially with Eel being so considerate. Having received the plate of ice cream, Misyr mutters this and with mixed feelings.
しかし、ミシェルの部下か。思えば今までその類の話は聞いたことがなかったな。
However, Misyr's subordinate, I do not believe he has ever spoken of such a subject before. Wait, really?
部下といってもかなりの人数がいるからね。けど、そうだな。簡潔に言うなら。
You mentioned their subordinates, but there are quite a number of them. But let's see. To say it simply, you can say it simply.
みんな揃ってめっちゃフリーダム。以上。
They're all very unrestrained. That's all.
簡潔すぎるっつうの、この適当魔王め。
It's way too simple. You're a shit king.
とはいえ、危険な世界の住人にしては、ずいぶん愉快な者たちのようですね。
But for someone who lives in such a dangerous world, they sounded rather amusing, didn't they? Dangerous. Now that you mentioned it, during the reopening, we touched on the demon world, didn't we? Demon world Asmodia, losing its sun. The world is pitch black, its lands illuminated by a dark moon, its atmosphere is filled with miasma, the swamps of terrible poison welling about. Non-humans that live there are called demons, who are creatures of impulse and fight in endless bloody wars. It's dangerous. That was the story.
要するによくある剣と魔法のファンタジーに物騒成分が増した世界ってことだろ。
In other words, it's a fantasy world with lots of dangers where you'd see swords and magic.
確か前に聞いた話だと勇者なる者がいるとか。
According to previous stories, there were also heroes.
そうそう。魔界の一部には人間が住んでてね。そこで生まれた勇者が時々、俺を倒そうと城に乗り込んでくるんだ。
Yes, humans live in the demon world. The heroes born there sometimes raid the castle to try to defeat me.
そうだね。先々代の勇者なんてだいぶ強かったよ。
Last generation's hero was pretty strong.
心臓を聖剣でぶっ刺された時はさすがに死ぬかと思ったし。
I thought I was gonna die when he stabbed his holy sword right through my heart. Your heart? Hang on, I'm stretching my wig, which is hard to do because my back hurts. Okay. Everything's gonna shake for a second. We're fine. It's just the stretching. I stuck speechless by the words that suddenly rushed from his mouth. A sword through your heart, Misyr? Are you okay?
大丈夫、大丈夫。それだいぶ前の話だし、とっくに治ってるから心配しないで。
That was a long time ago and I'm fully healed, don't worry. He says this so nonchalantly, but it was just a little bit worse. If it was just a little bit worse, Misyr would have died back then. After the conversations and finishing cleaning up after dinner, while everyone has returned to their rooms or worlds, I...
それじゃあ、また明日ね。今日も美味しいコーヒー、ごちそうさまでした。
Alright, see you tomorrow. Thank you for the delicious coffee once again today. Yeah. To see Misyr off as he returns to the demon world, I stand in front of the room with the gate. Return to the demon world, huh?
どうかした？なんだか元気がないみたいだけど。
Is something wrong? You don't seem too cheery. It seems my inner thoughts appear on my face. Misyr stops his feet as he enters the room and peers into my face.
もしかして昼の魔族のことを気にしてる？あいつらなら全然平気だと思う。
Are you worried about the demons from earlier today? I told you they'd be perfectly fine. It's not that. If there was anything I was worried about, it's more like someone It's more like a someone. Okay. I was thinking she was thinking. It's you, Misyr.
俺
Me? Yeah, Misyr. You always return to the demon world every day, right?
うん。まあ、いろいろと仕事があるからね。
Well, yeah, I have work to do there. About that, Misyr, you know how ill lives in the human world. Would you not be able to live here?
え
What? Misyr suddenly freezes in place.
なんで、急に
Why are you asking me that? Still puzzled, he answers my question with a question. You know, earlier I couldn't stop thinking about the story about how the hero almost killed you. If you go back to the demon world, doesn't that mean heroes and other people there try and target your very life?
まあ、そうだけど。でもほら、君も知っての通り、俺ってば、チートが売りの魔王だし。
Yes, that's correct, but as you know and all too well, I'm a demon king who's a very good cheater.
そうそう簡単に負けたりは。
I wouldn't lose so easily. But the chances of losing someday, it isn't zero, is it? Your heart was stabbed with a sword, and you just told me that story earlier.
それは。
We're talking like it was just normal, but in 5 years or 10 or after that, who knows if someday a hero will appear whose powers exceed Misyr's? If that happens one day suddenly, something could happen to you in a place and I wouldn't even know it. One day you might stop coming to the shop forever. I just thought I wouldn't like that. It's only a possibility. But just imagining it, my chest hurts a lot. It's agonizing. So I was just wondering, I know you have work to do in the demon world, but you could borrow a room here and maybe start having your living quarters just be here. If he does that, the danger he's in would lighten a little. At my suggestion, filled with my hope.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
それは、できない。
I just can't do that. Misyr quietly declines. His feelings of regret was clear on his face. It was then that I realized I had made a very one-sided suggestion. I'm sorry, I was pushing this all on my own. Of course, in your position, you wouldn't be able to just make a decision like...
違うんだ。そうじゃない。そういう話じゃない。
No, that's wrong. That's not it. That's not it at all. Huh? There was an expression I'd never seen before on Misyr's face. As though he was suffocating, he grasped at his chest with his hand.
君の心配は嬉しい。それができたら、どんなにいいことかって思う。
I'm happy about your concerns. If it was possible, it would be the greatest thing I could ever imagine.
でも俺は
But I...
君に嘘をついてるから。
I'm lying to you. Lying? What's the lie? What have you been lying about? What's your royal title? Seeming to actually hear the word I said, Misyr raises his head.
ごめん。そろそろ俺は戻るよ。昼に会った倉庫の魔族たちにも説教しなきゃならないし。
Sorry, I need to get going. I need to lecture those demons from the warehouse today, too. Misyr? My words don't reach him. Misyr walks into the room with the gate inside. While hearing the sound of the doorbell to another world ringing, I repeat the words Misyr said inside my head. What could he mean by lying? And he said it with such a tangible, he said it with such a tangible agony. I got stuck on that word. And it sounded so weird out loud. With each brisk step, there's a rough feeling under my feet, as though fleeing from her words. Without looking back at the gate, I simply keep walking.
喫茶アンシャンテに住む
Live at Cafe Enchante, huh? What Leah said was the sweetest temptation. Waking up in the morning with her there like it's natural. We'd have silly chats all night. I'd be able to wish her good night before bed. I could go and talk to her whenever I wanted to see her face. Things like that. It would be such a dream. I forget my position as Demon King and almost start nodding without thinking, as if to admonish my foolish thoughts. A strong wind slaps my face. I know it very well myself. Even if I don't come back here tomorrow and start living at
その
Enchante,
先に待つのは悲劇だけだ
all that would lie ahead would be a tragedy. My chest begins to hurt when I recall the face Leah made when I refused. If I could only tell her the reason why I can't. But I can't even do that.
結局俺はただの嘘つき
In the end, I'm just a liar, that's all. But it's been fine, everything so far. To her, I visit the shop each and every day and I take my time to enjoy a cup of coffee. I go home at night just as an eccentric regular of hers. That's all. If I wish for more than that, I would certainly be punished for it. As long as I can watch her live a happy life at Enchante, that's all I should ever need. Chapter 2? No. The footfalls of the staircase resound and vanish with each step through the room. The hand of the clock is already past 1, but sleep has yet to find me today. Oof! Oof, girl, you and me both. Getting into bed and closing my eyes or even putting on sleepwear is too much. I set my feet into the shop thinking I might be able to sleep after having a warm drink. I brew some decaffeinated coffee, and after wrapping my hands around the warm and steaming cup, coffee with this stimulant caffeine removed, it is also called by other terms like caffeine free or decaf. I sit down in Mysyr's usual chair. Maybe I unconsciously picked that one because I've been thinking about him a lot. That was way too much too fast. Want to live here? To ask that. While reflecting on my verbal gaffe, I stare at the surface tension in my cup. Hill want to be the doesn't want to go to the heavenly world and just lives here completely. But Connus and Ignis often stay the night if it gets too late. That's why I might have been misunderstanding things a little. This was a place for them to be, but another place was where they were needed most. Misyr and everyone, they're all just customers after all. Everyone has their own world to return to. They have lives that I don't know about. Thinking about it again, it's a little sad. And I worry about such things. The bottom of the cup becomes visible. Maybe I'll be able to sleep now. I return behind the counter to clean up after myself. A rather worn out old coffee cup at the edge of the shelf catches my eye. This is Mysyr's. He said it was really important.
いわゆるコーヒーマニなんて
We don't do flashbacks. All right. Seeing how he entrusts such a cherished item to me, that should say how much Misyr trusts me at least. But
君の心配は嬉しい。でも、君に。
What could he mean by lying? Why did Misyr make such an agonized face at that time? Such a face was a first for me. The Demon King who always wore a smirk. I wonder if the time he'll feel like talking about this will ever come. As I think of this, I extend my hand to the cup and touch it. Then, the sound of something cracking. At first, I thought I had cracked the coffee cup, but I was wrong. It wasn't the cup, but its surroundings. Like before at Amasaki Island, and the other day in front of the shop, the same sudden occurrence. A crack in space. I couldn't understand what happened. My body's stuck. I have nowhere to run. But I knew it. The fissures were in front of my eyes, opening 10 centimeters wide. Strong winds blow from it, brushing against my cheek. What? Inside the crack, I could faintly see land stretching endlessly. I thought it was a desert for a moment, but what's piled up isn't sand, it's ash. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, at the very least, there's nothing in the area I can see, just dry wind blowing against the land. In the middle of this sad world, I spot a figure. Due to the blowing ash, I can't quite make it out the form, but it seems the figure has spotted my existence. Much like a child who had just learned to walk, the figure, the young man, staggers his way over and approaches. Who are you? You look like someone I know, including the things on your arms and the neck. Right here. Looks familiar. The answer to my question sounded like a groan or a cry. Is he unable to speak? The young man still vibrates his throat, looking at me through the fissure. A high bridge of a nose and beautiful eyes. Hair with some purity. That form reminds me of someone I know well. So without thinking, Misyr, when I call this out, tears flow down the young man's cheeks. Then, as though tearing at the fissure in space, he suddenly extends an arm. What? Reflectively, I take a step back and the arm doesn't reach me, but Nally? Who's Nally? Finally, finally found. I see. Finally. Extends his hand towards me again. But he's blocked by the closing fissure. Finally found. Only his voice slips into the shop and the unknown man vanishes along with the fissure like mist. What was that just now? No. Who was he? Who was that boy? He had white hair and green eyes and looked a lot like somebody else. I know.
はいはい、ドローミ印のお届け物っす。人間一丁お待ち。
Hey, hey! Dromi special delivery! One human coming right up!
おお、ドローミくんじゃないか。
Why, if isn't it Dromi?
またホールからベスティアに迷い込んだ人間を見つけたのかい？いつも悪いね。
Did you find another human lost in Bestia via wormhole? Sorry for all the trouble.
後で救護班に連絡して身元紹介の方に回しておくよ。
I'll contact the rescue team and get them working on identification.
お気遣いは不要っすよ。放っておいて死なれても寝覚めが悪いっす。
No need to worry. I couldn't sleep well at night if I left them to die because I'm such a caring individual and I would never do anything bad.
そう
I assume.
か。いやー、君にベスティア調査の協力者になってもらって以来、
I see, yes. Ever since you started cooperating with Bestia
こう
research.
いうトラブルへの対処がスムーズになって助かるよ。ねえ、クーちゃん。
Dealing with problems like this has become much smoother. It is very helpful. Isn't that right, Q?
お役に立ててるなら何よりっす。でも、最近マジでこっちへの迷子多くないっすか？
Hey, I'm just glad to help, but lately doesn't it seem like there are way more lost people around?
俺が知るだけでも今月入ってもう3人目とか。
Like, as far as I know, this is maybe the third one this month.
うちの世界、観光向けじゃないと思うんすけどね。
I mean, my world isn't the most touristy world out there, you know?
ああ、それなのだけど、実はベスティアでも人間界でもホールの発生頻度が微妙に増えていてね。
About that, the frequency of the wormholes opening in Bestia and the human world has increased greatly, strangely enough.
観測され次第職員を派遣してるけど、追い切れてないのが実情だね。
As soon as they're detected, we deploy teams to deal with them. However, it's become more than we can handle.
あ？ホールねえ。ベスティアじゃホールなんざ日常茶飯事っすけど。
Wormholes, huh? In Bestia, wormholes are an everyday thing.
でもなんで？他の世界からは落ちてこないのに、人間ばっかりが。
Why is it just the humans that fall out of them and nobody else?
お？そうなのかい？
Is that really the case?
俺の知る限りじゃ、魔族も妖精も天使もこっちの世界に来てないっすよ。
Yep, as far as I know, there hasn't been a single demon or fairy or angel popping up in our neck of the woods.
それは初耳だな。念のために上層部にも報告しておこうかな。
That's the very first I've heard of this. I should alert the higher ups just in case.
情報感謝するよ、ドローミくん。じゃ、僕は仕事があるから行くね。
Thanks for the information, Dromi. I have work to do as I am an evil doctor. You go on. I'll get going. Dromi, what you know, boy?
もしかして今発生してるうちのホールって全部この人間界？
Could all of our wormholes opening up right now just lead straight to the human world?
だとしたらうまく利用できそうっすけど。
You know, in that case, I could make real good use of those.
同時になんか嫌な予感もするような。
But at the same time, I kinda have a totally bad feeling. So those two things at least correlate now.
ミーヤよ。今、なんと言った？
Nia, what did you just say? I just scared myself.
世界樹の一部が枯れました。
Part of Yggdrasil has perished.
先日突如、小規模なホールが発生したらしき場所、東の外れにて。
It happened suddenly in an area where a small-scale wormhole opened along with the eastern edges.
バカな。何かの間違いではないか？
Impossible. Is this some kind of mistake?
世界樹に何か異変があれば、わしの実や他の妖精たちが。
If something were to happen to Yggdrasil, my body and the other fairies...
残念。いいえ、 実に喜ばしいことに事実です。
Unfortunately, no, this is a truly joyous occasion.
僕も実際に赴いて確認してきましたが、確実に枯れていました。
I went to confirm it myself, and it actually has died.
厳密には枯れたというよりも、消滅したという方が正しいですが。
To be more precise, it hasn't just died, it's more appropriate to say that it vanished.
消滅した。
Vanished?
ええ。世界樹の一部がえぐれるように消えていました。
A part of Yggdrasil has disappeared as though it was gouged out.
ホールの発生を直接目撃した妖精はいないので、詳細はわかりませんが。
However, no fairies have witnessed this occurrence directly. As such, the details remain unknown.
この世界樹が暴れることもなく枯れたというのなら、今のところ問題はないが。
If part of the world tree died without it going into a rage, there are no problems for now.
そんな幸運が突如舞い降りてくるとも思えぬ。
But I doubt such good fortune would suddenly fall upon us.
そのホールとやら、なんとも不気味な気配がするの。
This wormhole, there is something eerie about it.
確かに。被害はこのまま、忌まわしい世界樹だけに留めてほしいものですね。
I agree. Hopefully the damage will remain restricted to the cursed world tree. Yeah.
神よ、ご報告いたします。
My lord, I bring a report.
先刻発生したホールにより、第12区画の神殿が消滅。
The wormhole that occurred a short time ago has annihilated the temple in Sector 12.
神殿に控えていた3体の天使が消失。回収は不可能かと予測されます。
3 angels attending the temple were lost. Recovery is expected to be impossible.
こちらでも生体反応の完全消失を確認した。
I have also confirmed the total loss of their life signal.
該当のホールは現在展開を脅かす例のホールと同一であることは間
This
違いないだろう。
wormhole and others currently threatening the heavenly world are all unmistakably of the same type.
では、
Then,
皇帝、現時点をもってそのホールへの対処を最優先。
affirmative,
救
as
済
of
計画
now,
の
measures
中
against
断を決定
these
する。
wormholes take the highest priority. The salvation project will be paused.
同時に今後の状況によってはリスクを承知であの個体を強制的に回収することも検討する。
Also, depending on how this progresses, understanding the risk, I shall consider the forcibly recovery of that individual.
救済計画のためではなく、ホールの先にある脅威へと備えるために。
Not for the salvation project, but in preparation to deal with the threats beyond these wormholes.
御心のままに。
As you will, my god. As you will, Kami-sama. Chapter 2. He still looks sad. Look a little sad boy. Slow introduction. Got it. Rough edges at my fingertips. The surface of this old coffee cup has countless tiny damages. I gently place it on the counter, then return my gaze to everyone.
なるほど。話は分かった。
I see, I understand.
突如生じた空間の亀裂。規模は小さいが、天崎島と同じ現象か。
A sudden fissure in space, though smaller, it was just like the one on Amasaki Island. Yeah, I think it was a little past 2 a.m. The moment I touched this coffee cup, a crack suddenly formed.
お前が単に寝ぼけてたと
Were
かじ
you
ゃないの
just
か。
half asleep or something like that? Well, I can't rule it out. I was wide awake, so I don't think so. Breakfast time has long passed, and it's not lunch yet, so there was no orders. After telling the regulars about last night, they make troubled faces in their own ways.
特に妙な力は感じませんね。現に今はこうして触れても何も起こらないようですし。
I don't sense any strange powers, and touching it now doesn't seem to do anything.
一応 GPM でも調べることはできるけど、このカップとあの亀裂に因果関係があるかは何とも言えないね。
I could have the GPM check it out, but whether this cup is connected to those fissures, I can't say.
今 GPM の開発家も微妙に忙しいから調べるにしても少し後回しになっちゃうかもだけど。
The GPM's and R&D department is really busy now, so they would probably have to delay any research on it. Having them investigate it would be plenty. Please ask them, Rindo. I say that, but that's only if Misyr, its owner, gives his permission.
で、お前が見た亀裂の先に変な野郎がいたってのは何なんだよ。
So about this weird guy you saw beyond the fissure. Who exactly was it? That's what I want to know. His aura, it seemed kind of like Misyr's. He also looked a little like Misyr. Like, look at that face. Look at that face. Isn't it Misyr if you think about it? Doesn't that look like... The young man and the fissure in the shop. Mysterious crack-like wormhole that appeared at Amasaki Island. For some reason, they start appearing around Enchante. Putting aside the young man, a mysterious man who appeared from a fissure in Enchante, his face and presence seemed to resemble that of Misyr's. With this, that abnormal event that occurred near Enchante seems to have been proven not to be a coincidence. The unease that Misyr had swept away before, it is now gradually reviving deep inside my chest.
ひとまずはミシェルが来店するのを待とうか。彼に似た青年の話も気になるし。
For now, let's wait for Misyr to visit the shop. I'm curious about the young man.
そのコーヒーカップもミシェルのものと聞いています。何か心当たりがあるかもしれません。
We also know that this coffee cup belongs to Misyr. He might know something about this.
今後は我々も彼女の身の安全により気を払うべきだな。
Going forward, we too should be vigilant about her safety. Thank you.
先日の天崎島の件しかり、我らの知らぬところで彼女に何かがあってからでは。
Like the incident on Amasaki Island, if something else happened to her without our knowing, it would be too late.
だな。その亀裂越しの不審者にも警戒しておくに越したことはね。
Right, we should also watch out for that weird dude in the fissure. That's where you're like, ding, upon hearing this.
では、これから毎日、誰かしらが彼女の護衛をするのはどうでしょう。
Very well, how about then every day we have someone stand as her guard? At his suggestion, everyone looks at me in search of something. My guard?
空間の亀裂やゲートでの事故、不審者の出現。
Fissures in space, the gate accident, the appearance of suspicious persons.
最近、あなたの周りでは何かと妙なことが頻発しています。
Recently, strange things frequently occur around you.
ですから、しばらくは常に人をつけて、不測の事態に備えるのが得策かと。
That's why it'd be prudent for M1 to be near you for a while should anything happen.
確かに一理ある。特に異変が起きやすい夜の護衛が重要となりそうだな。
A good point, guarding her at night when abnormalities occur more regularly is important.
じゃあ、毎晩こいつの部屋の前で何かが起きねえよう見張るっつうのはどうだ。
Alright, then won't we have someone guard her door every night on the lookout for something sketchy?
そうだね。さすがに彼女の室内に一晩中お邪魔するのはあれだし。
Right, staying inside her room all night would be questionable after all. This plan about me is progressing fast. I'm really grateful you all want to help, but staying in front of my room all night, would you all get tired doing that?
案ずることはない。我ら人外にとって徹夜の一つや二つ 大したことではない。
No need for concern. Staying up for a night or two is nothing for us non-humans.
僕もまあそういう訓練を受けてるし、2晩ぐらいは余裕かな。
I've also had a lot of training. I can go 2 nights pretty easily. Can you now?
ああ、でも当事者の君はどうかな。もしかしたら落ち着かないかもしれないけど。
But what about you as the person of concern? It probably won't be easy to rest like that. No, I'd actually be thankful. It would be reassuring to know someone was there as I fall asleep. With my agreement, everyone starts working out the details. Well, there's 4 of them. I mean, as a result, my guarding will be done in rotation and everyone decides on what day to take.
では、月曜が我で、火曜が、不在のミシェルの担当日はどうする？
Very well. I shall take Monday and Tuesday Wait, Messier's not present. What day will he take charge of?
適当な曜日にでも入れとけよ。嫌とは言わねえだろ。あいつのことだし。
We'll just give him whatever's left. He won't say no. You know how he is. Yeah, but he has to go home. As though he had been listening the whole time, the man in question shows up. Ah, Misyr.
お邪魔します。あれ、平日のこの時間からリンドウがいるとか珍しいね。
Excuse me, it's unusual to see Rindo here on a weekday around this time.
あ、もしかして、またなんか変な事件？
Could it be another strange incident? I just had a thought. Misyr has an eye that's like black, and I just realized that boy with the white hair, his eye is covered on that side. You can't see it. Did I uncover a secret? Is that a secret? Okay. I don't know about incident. Something strange happened last night, and I was consulting everyone about it. When I explain the same thing to Misyr as I did to everyone else, Misyr picks up the coffee cup in question and looks around on it.
ああ、このコーヒーカップについては変なことした覚えないんだけど。
I don't remember doing anything strange to this coffee cup.
しかも、俺とよく似た相手ね。
On top of that, you said there was someone resembling me? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's about all I thought. Although, for a moment, I thought the fists are connected to the demon world and Misyr would come through.
ああ、可能性はあるんじゃない？亀裂の先が魔界だったってオチ。
Isn't that possible for fissers to connect to the demon world?
では、その酷似している相手とは、ミシェルの兄か弟、あるいは父や息子というのは？
But with such striking features, could he have been Misyr's brother, or his father, or even his son, maybe?
いやいや、俺兄弟どころか肉親もいないし。っていうか、息子ってどういう発想さ？
No way. I don't have any brothers or a family at all, and the idea of a son is...
他人の空になんじゃねえの。世間には同じ顔のやつが3人いる。確かそんな言葉があったろ。
Maybe it's just a coincidence. There's 3 people in the world with your face, you know, or whatever they say. After tilting his head at it multiple times, Misyr puts the cup on the table. Seeing his state, it seems he really knows nothing about the existence of this person who resembles him, or he's a good liar.
ミシェルに似てるというのは、実際どこを見てそう思ったのだ？
Now that you mention it, what exactly is it about him that resembles Misyr? Gosh, I don't know. His whole face? Like, if you took his face and, like, flipped it, and let's say, like, you had a skill where you could, like, put his face and a picture of Misyr's face over top each other, like in a program. It's like a picture. And then you, like, dropped it to 50%. You could probably overlap it pretty quick, though. What exactly about him resembles Misyr? Energy. I don't know about energy. I can only know... Also, look at this, right? I think I said this earlier. Please don't. His picture is weird. His picture looks sad, but that doesn't look sad. I think his photo... You know what? Il's photo is sad. You're right. You're right. Thank you, game, for reminding me. Energy. I'm gonna go with energy. He had similar facial features, but the biggest thing was his energy. That's right. That young man's energy, his aura was...
君の心配は嬉しい。でも、君に。
His agony back then. That somewhat lonely feeling was really similar to Misyr's energy.
そっか。でもできれば見間違いだってほしいよね。
I see. But if there's any chance of it, I hope it's a mistake. Oh. Okay, we're fine. It said my thing was like reloading. I just want to make sure my game didn't crash. I see, but if there's any chance of it, I hope it's a mistake.
ミシェルと似たような存在が増えるとか、悪夢以外の何でもないし。
Having people like Misyr multiply would be an absolute nightmare.
じゃあ今晩、そんな口を滑らせたリンドウの枕元に、俺の思念を飛ばしちゃおうかな。
Seeing how you let that slip, maybe I'll let fly my thoughts to your bedside tonight.
やめてくれる？本当に悪夢にうなされそうだ。
Could you not? I really am going to have nightmares. After that, having obtained permission from Misyr for the GPM to research the cup, Canis resumes the conversation that was interrupted before.
それで、彼女を持ち回りで護衛する件だが。
Now, the hand never reached through the fissure. I wonder if it would turn into a skeleton if it did. It's the first time looking in. Anyways, about the guard rotation for her.
先ほども話した通り、お前は水曜日を担当で構わぬか。
Misyr, as we spoke of earlier, will you take charge of Wednesday?
ああ、
Right.
俺ら5人で1週間っつうと、うち2人は2日間の担当だろ。
There's only 5 of us for a week, so don't 2 of us need to take 2 days?
カリアは未成年ゆえ、夜までいられないからな。
Indeed, Kadia is still a minor and cannot take out all night. Cannot stay out all night even.
私は完全にこちらで生活していますから、週2日担当で構いませんよ。
I live here entirely. I would not mind taking 2 days.
じゃあ、もう1人はミシェルか。
Then should the other be Misyr? Why? Misyr can't even stay here, huh?
こいつ、夜は基本帰っちまうし。
He usually goes back at night.
お前だってたまには遅くまでゆっくり語りてえことぐらいあんじゃねえの。
Sir, you wouldn't mind him sticking around late and talking once in a while? He can't stay at night. He made a big deal about it. That's right, but I glance up at Misyr and he seemed to be concerned about me too. Our gazes end up crossing. As though trying to make an excuse, I speak out quickly. There are times after business hours that I'd like to relax and talk a little more. Misyr always leaves at night. I kind of want to talk about more things. He said he couldn't live here, but stay in the night sometimes. But at my fleeting little hope.
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
護衛の件、俺はちょっと 難しい。
The guarding matter, it's difficult. What? It wasn't the only one surprised at his answer and everyone together. I'm not surprised by his answer at all. I think you guys are ridiculous to assume that he's gonna stick around.
意外だね。彼女のピンチって聞いたら、二つ返事で OK すると思ってたよ。
That's unexpected. I thought if you heard she was in a pinch, your answer would be a quick okay.
週1か週2程度、融通聞かねえのかよ。
You can't even manage once or twice a week?
俺も君のそばにいたいよ。
I wanna be by Leah's side.
けど、どうしても俺が魔界を離れるわけにはいかないんだ。
But I just can't. I can't leave the demon world for that long. Considering the invasion on their own the other day, the demon world is a rough place. I can't stay away for an entire day's worth of time. He can't, is what it said, not I. That's right.
では、無理強いはできませんね。ミシェルを除くローテーションを練り直しましょう。
Then we can't force him. Let us rework the rotation, excluding Misyr.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. That's okay. You have your own position, Misyr. You can't help it. I didn't learn my lesson and ran ahead with the conversation again. It was originally about guarding. Maybe I started asking for too much. Still, just a little. I would be lying if I said I didn't have some hope. And at the same time, I just felt lonely. But that's just my selfishness talking. Yeah, only selfish people feel lonely. I'll be fine. Misyr comes to Enchante every day during the day. Without change, every day, my coffee, he drinks it deliciously. Some time passed after that. The final guard rotation was decided. Then, that night, too. So basically, here's the rotation, right? It's Eel, then Caunus, then Ignis, then Rindo, and then it's Eel, and then get this, it's Caunus, and then it's Ignis, and then it's Eel again. Okay, it's a 2-day break, but that way that poor old man is not being kept up multiple days. That night too, as expected, Misyr was to return to the demon world through the gate. Hi, man. Welcome, welcome.
Michelle, あなたの抱える魔王の仕事とやらを私たちにも手伝わせてくれませんか?
Misyr, about the work you have as Demon King, would you allow us to help you with it?
どうしたのイル。珍しく見送るなんて言うからついてきてもらったけど。
What is this, Ill? You unusually give me the treat of seeing me off, then you come here with me?
ふと思ったのです。
I just had the thought.
魔王の業務の負担が減れば、あなたも彼女と過ごす時間を増やせるのではと。
If you have less work as Demon King, you could increase your time you spent with her.
護衛が不可能な件について、あなたは今までの記録にない残念そうな顔をしていましたから。
And concerning your inability to guard her, I've never had such a record before of you making a disappointed face like that.
見抜かれちゃったか。
So you've noticed
知らない
it.
間に成長したね。イル。
You've grown while I wasn't looking ill.
でも、ごめん。どうしても、それだけはできないんだ。
I'm sorry. You can't. It's not something I can let you do.
ミシェル。
Misyr,
俺の分まで彼女のこと頼んだよ。
look after her for me, alright?
やはり私たちを信用はしても頼ってはくれないのですね、ミシェル。
As I thought, despite your trust in us, you don't fully rely on us, Misyr. One week later, thanks to everyone guarding, nothing strange in particular has occurred around me. The day simply passes in peace. The crows hurry everyone along the road home, and a twilight color strains the station. Because of the conversation the other day, it was decided that I shouldn't go outside by myself even if it wasn't night. Thank you, Katia, for coming along for my shopping. After explaining the situation, he said he wanted to guard me too. Katia had volunteered himself and was walking me home from
どうせ
shopping.
学校帰りだし。
Was on the way back from school anyway. I see. How's school been?
普通かな。前は休みがちだったから、クラスでちょっと浮いてたけど。
Normal, I guess. I took a lot of days off before, so I felt out of place in class.
アンシャンテに来るようになってから、だいぶ体調は安定して、前より通えるようになったから。
But after coming to Enchante, my health stabilized a lot and I can go a lot more now.
改めてクラスメートと
And Eel helps him with
友
math.
達になれた気がする。
I
昼
feel
休み
like
にも
I've
好きな音楽の話とかして。
I feel like I finally made friends with my classmates. We were talking about our favorite music today at lunch. Right when Katia is about to go into detail about his day at school, the plants by the side of the road begin to rustle and shake. What is that? Is that a cat or something?
いや、
No. I'm about to go peek when Katia cuts in front of and stops me. His expression is suddenly stern and he glares sharply at the shaking plants. Katia?
下がって。なんか、変な感じがする。
Stay back. I sense a strange presence. A strange presence? The strange presence that Katia sensed pushes its way through the bush.
待ってほしい。スライム敵対する気ない。
Please wait. We slimes mean you no harm.
スライム多分絶対勝てない。秒で召される自信にあふれてる。
We slimes would definitely never win. We confident we would die instantly. They boldly show themselves in front of us. Oh, these bouncing bodies that make me think of jelly are. Could you be from back at the warehouse, the slime sent back to the demon world?
そう。そのスライム。
Yes, we are those slimes. The slimes jiggle and shake, returning what seems to be a nod of agreement. Then Katia tugs on my sleeve.
何このゼリー的な何か。敵なら凍らせて削り倒すけど。
What are they? If those jelly things are bad guys, I'll freeze and shatter them. Don't do that. They might look like this, but they're demons from the demon world.
えじゃあ、ミシェルの部下
Then there's Misyr's subordinates? Maybe out of understanding, Katia relaxes his cautious stance. So what is it this time? Are you plotting an invasion again?
違う。今日は電書スライム。メッセンジャースライム。
Today we're postal slimes, messenger slimes. Messenger?
伝言があるってこと
So you have a message? Is it that your master, aka the king, has a crush on me because he fell in love with me at first sight when he laid eyes on me for the first time at that abandoned warehouse? Is that it?
そう。あなたを連れてこいって魔王様に言われて呼びに来た。
Yes, His Highness the Demon King said to bring you to him. Bring me to him? Why so suddenly? Misyr came to the shop like normal this morning. Did he go outside?
アンシャンテで会うのじゃダメなわけ
Is meeting at Enchante no good?
アンシャンテ？何それ？スライム詳しくは聞いてない。ただ呼ぶように言われただけ。
I can't even say it incorrectly because that's Shan to me. Enchante? What's that? We slimes have heard no details. We were just told to call for you.
魔王様、昨日今日とずっとあなたの話ばかり。
The Demon King has done nothing but talk about you lately.
ゆうべも用徹してんのに、あなたがいかに美しいか延々と熱弁振るってた。
Last night, for the whole night, he went into an endless speech to the Big Four about your beauty? What? What? That's because he just met you. What's this? What did they just say? Misyr is in the demon world to all kinds of people endlessly?
魔王様の熱弁、具体的にはこんな感じ。
The Demon King's passion was much like this.
俺は彼女以上に美しい女性を他に見たことがないよ。
So this is her fantasy. I've never seen a more beautiful woman than her
で
before.
も彼女の魅力は美しさだけじゃない。未成熟な可愛らしさも併せ持っている。
But her charm isn't only her
あの瞳
beauty.
の奥に宿る強さと気高さ。
She also possesses an immature cuteness. Deep in her eyes dwells strength and honor.
その全てが俺の心を独占する。
All of these things have occupied my heart.
ああ、どうしよう。頭から一瞬たりとも彼女の顔が離れてくれない。
What should I do? The sight of her face won't leave my mind for even a moment. The slime's vague reenactment changes into the voice and sight of Misyr inside my mind. Misyr, what are you saying in the demon world? Also, from what I heard, it sounds like he
夜通し語ってたって。ミシェルのやつ、護衛断ったくせに何やってんの？
said he talked about her all night. What the heck is Misyr doing while refusing to guard her? Like, boy,
っていうか
what?
大丈夫？顔溶けそうなぐらい真っ赤だけど。
Are you okay? You are so red, you look like you'll melt. Katia, look away for like just 10 seconds, please. Oh my god. During this time, I pinched myself repeatedly and somehow managed to recompose myself.
それで、来る？来ない？ちなみに来ないとスライムめっちゃ困る。
So, will you come or not? If you don't, we slimes are in big trouble. Let's just go with the slimes. Maybe we'll die. He's taking the trouble of calling me over to a place outside of Enchante. Is this something secret? Could it be? Is this about the lie he hinted at, maybe? Then I have no reason to refuse. Like, what's not to do than trust these two little boys? I get it. I'll go.
言っとくけど、俺も一緒に行くよ。一応護衛任されてるし。
Just so you know, I'm going with you. I'm your guard after all.
多分大丈夫。魔王様からは特に人数制限聞いてない。
Should be okay. The Demon King didn't mention a limit to number of people.
それじゃあついてきてほしい。こっちに転送用の魔法陣がある。
Then come with us. There's a teleportation circle this way. This way. Please keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times. While watching the slimes spring along to move, me and Katia follow after them. Well, this is only going to be fun if they only went without him, because then he'd go back and say, yeah, Misyr called for her. As soon as we set foot on the dubious circle, the letters around the circle emit light and it engulfs us. It gave me a feeling like I was floating, similar to going through the gate. And a moment after my eyes completely white out, they regain their sight. We gradually come into focus in a space full of damaged containers piled up like mountains. Huh? This is
配送庫？俺がいたとことは違うみたいだけど。
an abandoned warehouse? It's different from the one I was in. I knew it. This is the warehouse where you first encountered the slimes before, isn't it? I heard that people from the GPM would be monitoring it for a while, but is it okay to enter on our own? If I recall, I encountered the slimes with Misyr and Rindo, and at top of the containers, we heard a loud laugh just like that, and exactly according to my sense of deja vu, a man left from the containers and magnificently landed in front of me again. I'm just saying, it's fine. I'll date him. Look at that person's teeth. Cute.
よくやったぞ、スライム A&B。交渉はうまくいったようだな。
Well done, Slimes A and B. I see your negotiations went well.
当然スライムやればできる子。
Naturally, we slimes are capable when we try.
スライムたち頑張った。褒美を取らせてしかるべき。
We slimes worked hard. We should be rewarded.
何こいつ。なんか人間じゃなさそうだけど。
Who's this guy? He doesn't look human. Yeah, he's a demon. We met him before, but I looked around. The only people in this warehouse are this man and the slimes. Where's Misyr, the demon of the hour? Could this man have also received a message from him to come here? Excuse me, where's Misyr? When I'm about to ask. Oh.
来てくれたか。我が花嫁よ。
So you've come.
心待ちにしていたぞ。
My bride, I couldn't wait to see you again. Ooh. What? Bride? Who is to who?
お前が花嫁。俺様の。
You're the bride to me. After answering each of my questions, he waves his cloak and declares,
光栄に思うがいい、娘。俺様は一目見て。お前の。
Be honored, young lady. At a single glance, my heart was stolen by your beauty.
さあ、今こそ俺様の。
Now, this time.
魔王、アスモデウスの嫁となれ。
For you to marry the demon king Asmodeus. What? Dun dun. Dun-na-na-na. Meanwhile.
はい、次のお仕事です。
Here, your next job. The voice suddenly echoing through the shop was that of Rindo, tinted with resignation.
いきなりどうした？もしや、また厄介事の類か。
What is this so suddenly? Could this be another troublesome job?
まあね。それと正確には君たちじゃなく、ミシェル個人宛ての仕事でね。
Pretty much, and to be exact, not for you guys, but for Misyr personally.
え？俺？何？ひょっとしてまた魔界から魔族がやってきたとか？
Me? What? Have demons come from the demon world again, or?
正解。そのまさかさ。
Correct. Right on the mark. Rindo, wearing his contentious heart on his face, walks to Misyr and points to the map displayed on the usual
さすがに君も忘れてないだろうけど、前回ホールが生じて魔族が現れた臨海倉庫付近。
I'm sure you haven't forgotten, but this is near the coastal warehouse where the demon appeared before.
あの時のホールはすでに閉じたけど、その後、また近くに別のホールが開いちゃったみたいでね。
The wormhole from back then already is closed, but afterwards another wormhole opened up nearby, it seems.
それでその魔族とやらが証拠りもなく出てきたと。
And the demon stubbornly came through again, is that what you're saying?
うん、そういうこと。しかもどうやら前回出てきたのと同じ奴ららしい。
That's right. Not only that, but it seems that they're the same ones as before. according to Rindo, the demons are pretty determined for a fight again. At that tightly wound demon man forced the GPM combat team to withdraw. At present, they're monitoring their movements from somewhere not too far.
ミシェル、聞く限りでは魚しきれていないようだが、大丈夫なのか?
Misyr, from what it sounds, it seems like you lack control over them. Are you doing okay?
つうか説教すんなら手伝うぜ。ま、俺のは肉体言語だけどよ。
I could help you lecture them if you want, although my lecturing is the physical kind. Oh, I just realized that sounds wrong. Okay.
うん、ありがとう。けど大丈夫だよ。またホールに押し込んじゃえばそれで。
Thanks, but it's okay. I'll just shove them back into the wormhole and... As though interrupting Misyr's answer, Rindo's smartphone starts to vibrate. Rindo scrolls a little, then puts his phone out.
はい、リンド。あ、ちょうど今、魔王と話がついてそっちに。
This is Rindo. Yeah, I'm talking to the Demon King right now. It's ahead.
え？倉庫内に人間？
I'm texting my sister really quick just to ask her to bring me a drink. Hang on. Corpse, huh? I'm surprised that corpse would be the option instead of could. You drink me a drink. A stick. Okay, that was my fault. Okay. Excellent. Did it. All right. Humans in the warehouse. The person on the call is barely audible and Rindo's face grows more and more severe.
どうしました、リンド？何やら難しい顔をしていますが。
What is it, Rindo? You're making a very unpleasant face.
その、倉庫を監視してた部下からの報告なんだけど。
I got a report from my subordinate monitoring the warehouse.
その倉庫に人間がいきなり現れたらしい。20歳前後の女性と中学生くらいの少年って。
Apparently, a woman in her 20s, she's not in her 20s, and a boy around middle school age.
おい、待て待て。その組み合わせってまさか。
Whoa, wait. Don't tell me that's...
人違いではないのか。二人は駅前に買い物に行ったはずだ。そこまで遠くに行ったとは。
Could this be a mistake? Those two went to the station to shop. Traveling that far would be...
いる。電話してみてくれる？
Il, could you call her for me? Il says yes right away and immediately calls the number in his address book. But there's no answer and he hangs up. He then tries to call Kadia, but the same thing happens. The inability to call them both is too coincidental and all the regulars switch to a sharp air in unison.
人違いであってほしいけど、万が一ってこともあるよね。
I want it to be a mistake, but just to be safe.
こうしてはいられぬ。急ぐぞ。リンド、案内を頼む。
Yes, we must hurry. Rindo, please lead the way. After learning that Leah could be in danger, there's no room to hesitate. While everyone is hurrying to depart,
今日のリミットは21時。あと3時間。
Today's limit is 2100, which would be 9 o'clock? Did I do that right? I think I did that right. Pretty sure. 3 hours left. That means it's 6 o'clock now in this game, which unfortunately it's not that time here. It's wrong. Misyr is staring at the clock, lost in thought.
どうしたのです、ミシェル？
What's wrong, Misyr?
おい、まさかまた仕事で行けねえとか抜かすんじゃねえだろうな。
Hey, don't tell us you're ditching again because you've got work.
いや、そんなことないよ。大丈夫。
No, I don't. It's fine. I think it would make more sense if he's not allowed to be out of his world for a certain amount of time without him getting sick or something. That would be the better lie.
まだ余裕はあるはずだ。
Right, I still have leeway. Wisp of dust kick up in the light of dusk as footsteps resound through the warehouse.
それで、彼女は見た限り、姿は見当たらぬが。
Where is she? As far as I can see, there's no sign of...
いや、待て。あいつの匂いは残ってんぞ。少なくとも、ここに来たのはマジだな。
Her scent is still here. At the very least, she was here. With Ignis's words, everyone looks around then. Rindo looked behind a container, opening his eyes a little wide. Kadia goes rushing over and collapses at his destination. Ooh woo. Kadia had tiny wounds all over his body. He gradually regains consciousness after his name was called. And supported by Rindo, he slowly stands up.
Rindo-san, みんなも。
Rindo, hey guys.
よかった。そこまでひどい怪我はないみたいだね。
What a relief. None of your wounds seem severe.
そうだ、あいつは。
Oh, that's right. Where's Leah?
カリア、まずは落ち着いて。
Kadia, calm down.
ここで何があったのか、覚えてる限りで構いません。話してもらえますか？
What happened here? Just as much as you can remember. Can you tell us? Yeah.
俺たち、街中で変なスライムと会って。
We met some weird slimes in town. While holding his hurting head, Kadia recalls and tells the chain of events leading to his collapse here. The slimes called Leah out to this place, then a mysterious demon man tried to abduct her. Kadia naturally fought back, trying to protect her, but...
あの変なテンションの男、見た目よりだいぶ強くて。
The weird guy was a lot stronger than he looked.
森の力も使ってみたんだけど、負けちゃったんだ。
I tried using my ice powers, but I still lost.
倒れた俺をかばって、あいつは自分から魔界に行くって。
After I collapsed, Leah agreed to go to the demon world to protect me.
それで、あの男が。
Then that man...
新たに発生したっていう魔界行きのホールから彼女を連れ去ったってことだね。
Took her to the newly opened wormhole to the demon world, I assume.
ごめん。みんなからも信頼してもらって護衛を任せてもらったのに。
I'm sorry, you all trusted me and let me guard her.
謝んな。てめえが必死に戦ったのは体の傷を見りゃよくわかる。
Don't apologize. The wounds on your body tell us that you put up a good fight protecting her.
幸いホールはまだ閉じていませんから追跡することは可能でしょう。
Fortunately, the wormhole still hasn't closed. It should be possible to give chase.
しかし、なぜその魔族の男はわざわざ彼女をさらったのだろうか。
But what is this? Why would this demon man wish to abduct her?
それは。
It's because... Kadia hesitates for a moment, but decides to say it. Of the Demon King?
魔界の魔王があいつに惚れて、その婚儀のために連れて行くんだ。
The Demon King of the Demon World fell for her. She was taken to take part in their wedding ceremony. What? Time stops. The gazes of all gathered dart onto Misyr.
何か言い訳は、ミシェル。
Misyr, what do you have to say?
我らに黙って、いつの間にそのような企みを。
Keep quiet from us and forming such a plot?
じゃあ、待った俺本気で心当たりないよ。
Huh? What? Wait a minute. I seriously know nothing about this.
仮に企んでたとしても、カリアを傷つけてまで実行するわけないじゃない。
Even if I plotted that, I wouldn't go as far as to hurt Kadia for it.
まあ、だよな。つうことはその魔王は、ミシェルを名乗る偽物ってことか。
Well, that's true. So does that mean that that Demon King is just pretending to be Misyr?
であれば、急ぎ魔界に向かわなければ、彼女がその自称魔王とやらに無理やり結婚させられてしまいます。
We should hurry to the demon world before she's forced into a marriage with that self-proclaimed Demon King.
そのような愛のない結婚、断じて認められるはずがありません。
Such a marriage without true love could never be forgiven.
イルの言う通りだ。リンド、すまぬがお前はここに残り、カリアの手当てとホールの監視を任せてもよいか。
Exactly correct, Eel. Rindo, apologies, but could you remain here to care for Kadia and monitor the wormhole?
ああ、もう職員も手配済みだよ。すぐにでも到着すると思う。
Yeah, I've already got personnel deploying. They should arrive soon. To rescue Leah, everyone makes an instant decision to act, while Eel uses his magic to temporarily anchor the wormhole. Lightly brushing his scrapes, Kadira stares intently at Misyr.
カリア、どうかした？
What is it, Kadia?
俺に言いたいことがあれば。
If you have something to tell me, or
聞きたいことがあれば、遠慮なく聞いていいんだよ。
if you have something to ask me, don't hesitate to ask. At Misyr's gentle persuading...
やめとく。今はそんな場合じゃないし。
No, not now. This isn't the time for that. Kadia quietly shakes his head.
ミシェルのその顔を見たら、なんか変に疑う方がバカらしいと思ったから。
When I look at that face, I kind of feel like an idiot for having weird doubts.
そっか。ありがとう。
I see. Thank you.
何のこと？
For what?
でも帰ってきたら、マスターにはちゃんと説明してあげて。
When you get back, you have to explain everything to Leah.
あの魔族の男が名乗った内容に一番混乱してたみたいだから。
She looked pretty confused by all the stuff that demon man said.
もちろん。ちゃんと伝えるよ。
Of course, I'll be sure to tell her. The warehouse is then filled with light. After Eel confirmed that his magic had secured the wormhole.
さて、魔王としては立場が逆だけど、じゃあ、囚われのお姫様を救うために。
Now then, let's do the opposite of what a true demon king would do and rescue the
行
princess.
くとしようか。魔界、アスモディアへ。
Let's go to Demon World Asmodia. Misyr's robe flutters as he enters the wormhole connecting to another world. Okay. In the dark night, devoid of any moon, a worn stone castle rises in the distance. The intimidating throne of the Demon King bears down upon any and all who visit. Ooh. Demon King Castle. The group from Enchante sets foot in the royal castle's western edge. Asmodia. However,
最悪の場合、無人の荒野にでも投げ出されると思っていたからな。
in the worst case, I was expecting to be thrown into an uninhabited wasteland.
そこから敵の所在を探すことを考えれば、拠点と思われる城の中に出られたのは、
Being in front of their stronghold seems much better than scouring a wasteland to find the enemy.
いや、そうは言うけどよ。
You say that, but
広すぎんだろこの城。廊下の端が見えねえぞ。
don't you think this castle is way too big? I can't even see the end of this hallway.
捜索には手間がかかりそうだ。ミシェル、一応聞いておくが、やはりお前の知る場所ではないのだな。
Indeed, the search may be troublesome. Misyr is simply asking just in case, but are you not familiar with this place?
残念だけど。
Correct, unfortunately.
ってことは、ここは偽物魔王の城ってことか。 道がわからねえのは厄介だな。
Which means this is the castle of a fake demon king. Well, it's a pain in the ass that we don't know the way.
おい、箱入り。そっちはどうだ？探知だとかで、あいつの居場所はわかりそうか？
Hey, Shut-in, you got anything? Can you use some of that magic detection or whatever to find Leah?
それがこの魔界に満ちる魔力と私の砲術に使用する霊力は性質上反発し合うもののようでして。
The magic power filling the demon world and the spirit energy I use for lawful magic clash and repel each other by nature.
どうにもうまく発動しません。彼女が城の中にいることまでは分かりましたが、それ以上は。
I cannot activate it here. Well, I could sense she's somewhere inside this castle. Any more than that is.
では、地道に足で探すしかなかろう。効率を考えれば、手分けをするべきだ。
In that case, we must find her the old-fashioned way. Considering efficiency, we should split up. At Conus's suggestion, everyone nods and they split up to search for Leah. Conus will search the castle underground, Ignis will search the far east edge, Il will continue trying to use detection from around the outer perimeter and get a better grasp on the whole castle. Misyr will search the castle's highest level. According to plan, they begin their search. Left behind, Misyr changes the look of his face at the sound that reaches his ears. It's strange, the sound of something cracking. It seems to be coming from all places, both outside and inside the castle.
この音、天崎島やアンシャンテの亀裂と同じ。
This sound, it's the same as the Misyr on Amasaki Island and Enchante. In that case, the world beyond is...
いや、大丈夫。近づきさえしなければ、俺に大した影響はないはずだ。
It's okay. As long as I don't get close, they shouldn't have much effect on me. With such expectations, Misyr searches his pocket. Takes out a pocket watch, then checks the time shown by the hand. Okay. It's 7 o'clock right now.
今は19時。あと2時間。
It's 1900 hours now, 2 hours left. After recognizing the numbers, he's suddenly assaulted by pain in his chest.
おかしいな。時間の計算は間違ってないし。
That's strange. I know I haven't mistaken my calculations.
普段なら全然まだ余裕があるはずなんだけど。
Normally there should be nothing. I still have plenty of leeway. I should. Perhaps that sound made him lose his composure.
いや、大丈夫。まだ
No, it's fine.
時間はある。
I still have time. What if this... So this game has a really fun feature of making me think that I'm about to get a bad ending. What if this is a bad ending? What if me following the slimes, instead of going, that's weird, slimes, I'll talk to Misyr in 5 minutes. It's chill. Sent him to this demon world to come after me, and now he's going to like turn into ash in front of me. Because ash is where he's from. Like shaking off the anxiety, he shakes his head and closes the lid of the pocket watch.
今は彼女を助けることが最優先。
Right now, saving Leah is my priority.
見知らぬ男との結婚なんて彼女が望むはずがないんだから。
There's no way she would want to marry a man she doesn't even know. Yeah.
当然俺も
Naturally, I
ないしね。
don't want that either. If I recall, it was when I was in elementary school. The sound of bells announced the time in a beautiful hall adorned with flowers. A memory of my parents bringing me to the wedding ceremony of a relative. Even to me, with a child's mind at the time, the bride was so lovely. I'm a girl too, so I have a little admiration for weddings.
さあさあ見るがいい。美しき我が花嫁よ。
Come now, behold my beautiful bride. I do, but
ドラゴンから巨人族まで多くの客が訪れても余裕のあるこの雄大なる魔王城の広間。
The grand hall of this Demon King castle has plenty of room for many guests, from dragons to giants.
いずれはこの場所こそがお前が俺様と共に座する王の間となるのだ。
Soon, this place will be the royal hall for you sitting beside me.
式の準備も万全だ。すでに全魔族を総動員させて西部の地域に専用の会場を作らせている。
All the preparations will be thorough. All demon races have been mobilized to create a special venue in the western area. And another world I don't know, with a weirdo calling himself the Demon King. I never thought I'd be discussing plans for our wedding ceremony. Wait, please just hold on a second. I still don't understand the situation, so if you could explain it to me a little.
そう照れずともよい。いや、照れた顔も美しいな。
No need to be bashful. No, your bashful face is beautiful, my bride. I'm not bashful, I'm just confused. Same, girl. Yet, still unable to understand my feelings, the self-proclaimed Demon King, Asmodeus, keeps nodding to himself.
わかるぞ。今のお前は人間界での調査で知った。
I understand. Right now, you're what I learned from investigating the human world.
いわばマリッジブローという状態なのだろう。
In other words, you have pre-wedding jitters. Isn't that right? From who? What? With what kind of investigation would he learn such a term? More importantly, while I noticed the first time we met.
ああ、いや。お前が不安になる気持ちはよくわかる。
Yes, I understand why you might feel uneasy.
何しろ庶民の生まれである身で、この魔界の王妃となるのだからな。
After all, you were born a commoner, yet you are to be queen of the demon world.
だが案ずるな。王族の礼儀やしきたりなど、これから学んでゆけばいい。
His delivery sounds familiar, but I don't know how it sounds familiar. I can't pinpoint the person I think he sounds like. So I'm going to struggle to open a web browser. No need for concern. You can learn the etiquette and customs of royalties starting now.
最も大切なのはお前の心。それさえ伴っていれば他のものなど後からおのずとついてくるものだ。
What is most important is your heart. As long as you have your feelings, everything else will come along by itself. This Asmodeus guy is the type of man who doesn't listen to anyone at all. It's probably the sound of my web browser loading. There it goes. If I talk about marriage anymore, he'll go further into his own little world. In that case, while holding my head in my hand, my mind, I decide to change the topic. Putting that aside, are you sure Kadia is okay?
何度も言っているだろう。俺様は約束を守る魔王だと。
I told you many times that Demon King keeps his promises.
あの妖精少年の抵抗がなかなか立派なものだったので、俺様もつい熱が入ったが。
That fairy boy's resistance was quite splendid, so I got a little heated up.
お前がおとなしくついてきた以上、それ以上求めることなどない。
But since you came along quietly, I sought nothing more. I'm that nice. At his words, I feel a sense of relief. The first time we met, Misyr easily made him into a hole-in-one, so he didn't seem that strong. But after watching him actually fight, this man was far stronger than I expected, and I might have broke the Elgato just now. Making sure everything's okay. I'm just looking up who he is. But after watching him actually fight, that man was far stronger than I expected. Kadia tried to protect me, but he was quickly and easily beaten. I thought I clicked on it, but I guess I didn't search. Okay, I have another question. Who exactly are you, and why do you want me as your bride? Hidenori Takahashi. Let's go straight to games. I do watch anime, hear me out, but not a lot. Sidekick token. He's in Naruto, but I don't know if I remember Sarutobi that well. Be like, oh, it's that voice. Amnesia. JoJo Bizarre Adventure, but again, I don't think I watched that far to know him from that. Horiko. I don't see it. I don't see anyone that I'm like, ah, I recognize this sound. It's in Token Ranbu, but I haven't played that. That. Oh wait, he's in Catherine Full Body. Wait a second. I don't know. It's been a while since I played Catherine as well. Then Octopath Horizon, Call of the Mountain, Fire Emblem, which I don't play, Somnophiles, I haven't played it. A lot of stuff I haven't played, but very popular. He's Mirage. It's funny in Apex. Sidekicks looks cute. I think I've seen that before. Anime adventure mystery. Oh, this definitely looks like my style of game. Yeah, nothing I recognize, but like, maybe that's just the way some people deliver lines and it just sounds familiar. He's in Amnesia, but it says later, which I didn't play the later, and he doesn't look like someone I recognize from Amnesia. And nothing else sticks out to me. But I did watch all of Naruto, so there is a small chance I'm recognizing from Naruto, but it's been a while. Who exactly are you? Why do you keep calling me your bride? I was brought here without hearing any details at all.
そうかそうか。早くも俺様に興味津々、胸キュンキュンか。
Haha, I see, I see. Your heart is fluttering with interest.
では、改めて名乗らせてもらおう。
Very well, I shall introduce myself.
俺様の名は魔王アスモデウス。
My
運命の伴侶だ。
Is Demon King Asmodeus your husband to be?
そしてお前を花嫁に選んだ理由はただ一つ。
Is only one reason why I chose you to be my bride.
美しかったからだ。
Oh, he's blushing.
一目惚れというものだな。
Because you're beautiful.
改めて言うとちょっと照れる。
Because you're beautiful, love at first sight. That's what it was. It's embarrassing to say it out loud.
あの日。
That day, that time.
お前を一目見たその瞬間、俺様の全身を恋の雷が駆け巡った。
The moment I caught sight of you, a bolt of love ran through my entire body. Okay.
あれ以来お前のことを頭に思い浮かべる日はなかった。
Ever since then, not a day passed without you on my mind.
先日も夜を通し、 お前がいかに美しいか四天王たちに熱弁していたほどだ。
Last night, all night, I gave an impassionate speech to the Big Four about your beauty.
まったくもって罪深い女だな。魔王たる俺様をこうも虜にするとは。
Such a sinful woman to turn me, the Demon King himself, into your captive. How can I put it? I know I asked for an explanation, but everything is going to be so fast, my understanding can't keep up. Going by, not going to be. Wait, but an impassionate speech to the Big Four.
魔王様、昨日、今日と夕べ。
Don't tell me he meant... Don't tell me they meant it wasn't about Misyr, but about this man. My lady, are you for real? You didn't... While I was hearing it, I had such embarrassing imagination. While scolding myself in my mind for jumping to conclusions back then, I managed to strain out my voice. Okay, let's put that aside for now. Put a pin in that. One more question. What do you mean you're the Demon King? Does Asmodia actually have 2 Demon Kings? At my question, the look of ecstasy on Asmodius' face vanishes instantly. Then his face looks utterly confused, as if to say, I do not understand. My bride, what is it you are saying?
古来よりアスモディアの魔王はアスモデウスただ一人だけだぞ。
Since ancient times, the Demon King of Asmodia has always been the Asmodeus.
無論
What?
常に同一人物というわけではない。俺様も王としては138代目に当たる。
Naturally, it's not always been the same individual. I am the 138th to be king.
魔族の中で最も強い者が代々アスモデウスの名を継ぐ。それが古来よりの慣習だ。
The strongest one among the demons always inherits the name Asmodeus. This has been the custom since long ago.
俺様の知る限りでは、王が2人以上同時に存在した前例など一度としてないぞ。
As far as I know, there has never been an instance of 2 kings existing at the same time. His outfit reminds me of Dracula from the musical. Then my voice goes dry. Who is Misyr?
じゃあ最後は俺かな。魔界、見ての通りと。
Demon King Misyr? Then Demon King Misyr Rex, what kind of position does he hold in the demon world?
魔王ミシェル。
Demon King Misyr?
知らんな。誰だそれは。
I don't know him. Who is that?
魔界に住む実力者の名前や歴代の魔王の前の名は全て記憶しているが。
I have memory of the name of every powerful demon in the demon world as well as every demon king in history.
俺様はそんな名前など一度も聞いたことがないぞ。
Yet I've not once heard of the name you've mentioned. Weird that he would know this world if he's, not from it and has no information of it. He could just make up a world. Doubt forms and gradually spreads through my chest. Then, with such amazing power, always cheerfully smiling, telling somewhat disturbing jokes. But who should be the kind demon king? Who is he really? The figure of Misyr I've seen until now suddenly starts to go hazy. Without minding my unrest, Asmodeus, Demon King Asmodeus, approaches me. Your middle finger is strange. My thoughts return to reality and the situation I'm in right now. I realize how bad it is.
こうして間近で見れば見るほど、やはりお前は美しい。
Seeing you up close like this, you truly are beautiful.
俺様の隣にはべる花として、これ以上にふさわしいものは他におるまい。
There could be no more suitable woman to be the flower by my side. I forcefully shake my head to keep things from progressing any further. Please wait. I'm thankful for your affection, but it's kind of, I'm sorry, but I don't want to marry you. Besides, we only just met. Suddenly making a marriage proposal is...
惚れるのに時間など関係あるのか?
Does time matter for falling in love? Without any hesitation, he puts his hands around my wrist, my waist even. The moment I felt the warmth of his palms, an alarm bell goes off in my brain. Let go of me. Without thinking, without any words of respect, I try to resist.
断る。
I refuse.
一度見初めた女、獲物を離す魔王などいない。
The one I've fallen for, no demon king would release his prey. With no consideration of my resistance, he pulls me towards him with his strong arm.
我ら魔族の世界は闘争の世界だ。
Our demon world is a world of conflict.
魔王たる俺様の命を狙う者は数が知れん。
Those who target my life as Demon King cannot be counted.
この身が次の瞬間、ムクロに変わっても不思議ではない。
It wouldn't be odd if in the next moment I was reduced to nothing but bones.
だからこそ、その時に後悔など生まぬよう、俺様は迷いなど捨てて生きている。
That's why I will not have any regrets by that time. I throw away all hesitation. His face, his lips draw closer.
欲しいものは、その場で、その時に、すべて手に入れる。
When I want something right there, right then, I take it all.
そう。伴侶。お前も含めて。
That's right, my bride. That includes you. Like he's teasing so slowly.
本来の式は後日の予定だったが、先に手付けをいただいても構わない。
The ceremony was planned for a later date, but an early taste should be fine. No, stop. Seeing me desperately twist around, Asmodeus makes a slight frown.
なぜ抵抗する？他に好いた男でもいるのか？
Why do you resist? Is there another man do you favor? Oh, God. Is there? ... Or that's... That's... No clear name emerges, however. For a moment, the figure of a certain young man appears inside my head. If what Asmodeus said is true, he's no demon king. He's not even a demon. A vague, empty young man who I don't even know the identity of. But even if his form is uncertain, until now he's helped me many times. The relaxing time and tone he brought to the shop is a reality. I don't want to, in a place he doesn't know about, continue like this and marry this man. Not being able to see him at Enchante, always enjoying my coffee, is something I definitely don't want. That moment. An intense explosion shakes the air and the closed entry door.
何者?
Who are? Like a cannonball flying through the air with incredible force striking Asmodeus. I'm gonna be real, if she I have like, I'm trying to bite my lip because there's something like, I don't know how to describe it. If he breaks into this room and she trusts him instantly, I'm gonna be so mad because she rejected Eel when she heard that he had no feelings. Like instantly, instant rejection. And she rejected Ignis after he took a bite out of her. Now, hear me out. Yes, it was traumatic. But so is being lied to. So is having every bit of information you know about someone be proven to not be true. That is very traumatic. In fact, I would not compare it, obviously, because they're different kinds of trauma. But if both of those incidents out, Connus, I totally forgot about Connus. She stopped trusting Connus the moment she found out he kills fairies. It's his job. It was his job. It was definitely what his name sounded like. And she like at him. No. If she trusts this guy after she acted like that in all of those other routes, that's trash. This is trash. This is trash. I'm mad. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how it goes. But like, I'm just gonna say it. If she like, it's him, and she's like, oh, it's him. I'm so glad it's him. But who is he? Lost me. You lost me. He's slammed into the wall, door and all, and is buried in a mountain of rubble.
俺が何者かって?
Who am I, you ask? Without even looking at the buried Asmodeus, he walks over to me and to put me at ease, gently draws me close to his body.
見ての通り、
Trash.
通りすがりの魔王様だけど。
Trash. As you can see, just a random passerby, Demon King. Misyr.
遅くなってごめん。ちょっと道が入り組んでたからさ。
Sorry I'm late, Leah. The path was a little complicated.
怖い思いさせちゃったね。でももう大丈夫だから。
I'm sure it was frightening, but you're okay now. Imagine. Imagine this. No. Thank you, Misyr.
どういたしまして。君がピンチならどこの世界にだって必ず駆けつけてみせるよ。
You're welcome. When you're in a pinch, no matter the world, I'll always come rushing to you.
なんて夜の護衛を断った俺がカッコつけて言えた義理じゃないけどね。
Or actually, considering I refuse to guard you, I'm in no position to act cool. What is that hand? That is huge. You're not winning me over. After checking to make sure I'm not injured, he looks over at the mountain of rubble.
確認する前にぶっ飛ばしたけど、さっきのって前回会った彼だよね。
Blew him away without checking, but that was the guy we met before, right? Yeah, the Demon King. He's called Asmodeus.
そっか。直接会うのは初めてだけど、彼がアスモディアの本当の魔王様か。
I see. I've never met him, but he must be the real Demon King of Asmodia. By real, you mean I won't. I wanted to believe it wasn't true, but his words basically admitted it. Seeing me swallow my words once again, Misyr. Sorry. This time, an apology of difference meaning. I'm sure this is part of the lie he mentioned, but no, it's okay. I forgive you because apparently in this world I can do that without it affecting your emotional states because I'm understanding in this route. Not when a literal distressed man is standing in front of me saying, please trust me, and in tears. No, I'm going to take a step back from that guy because a complete stranger is telling me this person has no feelings. But no, in this world where I get literally kidnapped because I believed this guy was who he said he was and followed some slimes, albeit I knew they weren't good, and I knew it was gonna end like this, I'm gonna say it's okay. I have no clue who this person is that is currently holding me. It's okay. Liar. Liar. I'm mad. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad for Eel. I'm so mad for Canis. I'm so mad for Ignis. I can't really think about a scene in Rindo's route where Rindo was jaded by this lady, but you know what? I'm sure there's somewhere where he was misguided by her too. It's okay. There are lots of things I want to know and I want to ask you, but you've come all the way here. Just that, it makes me happy. Yeah.
待てー
Wait.
貴様らこの俺様を無視して甘くキラキラとした空気を醸し出すな
You don't ignore me and start making a sweet and sappy little love scene. Oh.
あれ思いのほか頑丈だね。ちょっと手加減しすぎたかな。
He's a lot tougher than I thought. Maybe I held back too much.
バカめあの程度の攻撃で俺様がダメージを負うはずがあるまい
You fool, an attack like that wouldn't even do damage to me.
それより貴様貴様は人間界で俺様に不意打ちを叩き込んでくれた輩だな
More importantly, aren't you the bastard who knocked me away with a surprise attack in the human world?
一度ならず二度までも不意打ちとはこの卑怯者が恥を知れ
Not just once, but twice with surprise attacks, you coward. Shame on you.
卑怯ね。まさか誘拐犯にそんなことを言われるとは思わなかったよ。
Coward, huh? Tall words coming from a big bad kidnapper like yourself.
というかさ、ごちゃごちゃ騒いでるとこ悪いんだけど。
Also, sorry to interrupt your noise, but Misyr's eyes, despite having no interest in him before, face Asmodeus.
彼女を誘拐しただけじゃ飽き足らず。
It wasn't enough for you to just abduct her.
なんか部屋の外からさ、よからぬことをしようとしていた声が聞こえてたんだけど。
But from the outside of the room, it sounds like you were going to do something reprehensible to her. Just from Misyr's threatening look, space creaks and the whole castle groans. Before this overwhelming sense, Asmodeus gulps his breath once, then quickly faces boldly up at Misyr.
バカ誘拐ではない その女はすでに俺様のものだ
Oh my god, snackies! Unexpected snackies. You fool, it wasn't an abduction. This woman already belongs to me.
あるべきものをあるべき場所へと移動させただけのこと。なんだおかしいことではない。
I simply moved an object to the place where it belongs. There's nothing wrong with that. I have a straw, by the way. I've got a weapon now. I meant to hit this button. Nope, not that one. This button. So, oh my god, am I awake? It's because I have a straw in my hand. I'm gonna lie. That's the button I meant to press. I simply moved an object from the place where it belongs. There's nothing wrong with that.
呆れたね。彼女の名前や性格も知らず。
I'm astounded. You don't even know her name.
女だの物だの。そんな呼び方をしてる時点で、魔族以前に男として失格だよ。
You don't know her personality. You call her an object. You not only fell as a demon, but you fell as her man.
黙れ黙れ名も中身もこれから愛を育みながら知っていけばよいこと。
Ah, shut up. I'll learn her name and whatever as we develop our love.
そもそも貴様はこの女の何なのだ。
Besides, what are you to this woman?
どのような関係だ。まさかこの女はお前のものだとでも言うのか。
What relation? I'm struggling to open a container, by the way. What relationship do you have? Don't tell me you're going to say this woman belongs to you. That's a Asmodeus question. Misyr pauses briefly, then draws me even closer and starts speaking with weight in each of the words. You need to stop being so in love with this man that you'll ignore the fact that you don't even know who's holding you.
どういう関係かで言えば、喫茶店のマスターと客だね。
If you'd like to know our relationship, she's a cafe owner and I'm a customer.
だけど、俺個人の感情で語るなら、
However, if I speak of my personal feelings,
彼女は俺にとってあらゆる異世界含めて。
I just moved the mouse and I don't even know where it. Okay, so to me, across other worlds,
全世界で一番大切な女性。
ooh, through every world out there, she's the most important woman to me. Okay, who's the most important person? Who's the most important breathing thing to you?
俺にとっての光でぬくもり、居場所となってくれる人だ。
One second, I dropped my snack. Okay. I think I mentioned this when I first started streaming, but I hurt my back. And so moving my chair right now actually hurts. So I needed to pause so I could move the chair. Yeah. And then all my clothes started to get tangled up after that. Anyways. I still don't know what's wrong with my back. I was hoping I'd feel a lot better today than I did yesterday, but it still kind of hurts about the same. Which isn't good. But we'll see how it goes. She's my light, my warmth, the one who gave me a place to be.
だから少なくともお前なんかには間違っても渡すわけにはいかないね。
So at the very least, I wouldn't make a stupid mistake like giving her to the likes of you. He says this with a cold voice. At his straightforward declaration, I feel my cheeks grow hot. I think you shouldn't have accepted it so easily. Struggle to open this other sauce. At least it wasn't the sauce. I could have gotten way worse. I only dropped one of my snacks. Perhaps because such a straight declaration touched a nerve, Asmodeus' body starts to shake in anger.
貴様、我が嫁が語っていた偽の魔王、ミシェル・アレックス。
My bride mentioned, are you the false demon king, Misyr Rex?
貴様の素性になど興味はないが、一つだけ分かったことがある。
Anyways, as I was saying, I'll have no interest in your background. I know one thing clearly. That's
それは
That's
貴様が俺様の敵だということだ。
You are my enemy. Okay, so he had an amalgamation of everyone. He has I don't know how to describe this, but kind of like Rindo's face. And he's got Ignis's body. And he has wings. And his hair, kind of eel. He's got nothing from Canis. But that's because Canis is one of a kind. He's got a huge body all on his own. He doesn't need help from that. Tried to make me blurry again. Would you stop focusing on Peach? Her game's not out yet. You are my enemy. When Asmodeus shouts this, something almost unable to be seen seems to start swirling around him.
さて、じゃあ、お調子者にお灸を据える前に、君を巻き込まないようにと。
All right then, before I deal with this exciting guy here, let me make sure you don't get involved. The moment Misyr snaps his fingers, a pale purple light engulfs me.
これで OK。よっぽどの馬鹿げた攻撃じゃなきゃ、君の身は安全なはずだよ。
That should be okay. Unless it's an absolute crazy attack, your body will be perfectly safe. Misyr.
大丈夫。サクッと片付けちゃうからさ。心配しないで。
It'll be fine. I'll get this done real quick. Don't worry, okay? Okay. After smiling to put me at ease, Misyr squares off with Asmodeus.
我が花嫁に傷をつけぬよう気遣ったことだけは褒めてやろう。
I can at least praise you for considering my bride's safety.
だが俺様を散々に侮辱した罪は拭えん。その不敬死んで償うがいい。
However, this doesn't erase your crimes of insults. Pay for your disrespect with death.
威勢がいいね。じゃあ、最初から飛ばしていこうか。本物の魔王様。
Well, aren't you lively? Should we go all in for the start from the start, Your Highness, the true Demon King? The moment Misyr smiles in a taunting way. A collision of two magic shake the castle. Misyr seems to be holding back a bit as to not blow away the castle and the surrounding area. Ooh, when Misyr fires purple lightning, Asmodeus meets it with hellfire. Fun. When Asmodeus fires ice, Misyr deflects it with a magic circle. Demon King versus Demon King. Fake Demon King versus Demon King. I know Misyr has his circumstances, but as being the only one... But as beings that only one should reign in the world at a time, their showdown battle is appropriately swiftly reducing the Demon King's castle hall to rubble. I know the barrier is protecting me, but I can't help but flinch at the impacts. Meanwhile, the Demon Kings having enough attitude to smile at each other.
やるな、エセ魔王。口だけの男でもないようだ。
Not bad, false demon king. Looks like you're a man who isn't all talk.
そっちこそ、廃倉庫で会った時より魔力が増してるね。
It seems your magic power has increased since we met in the warehouse.
当然だ。ここは俺様のホームたる魔王城。パワーと勇気と恋心が100倍となった俺様に怖いものなどほとんどない。
Yes, this Demon King Castle is my home. With my power, courage, and love boosted 100-fold, there's almost nothing I fear.
少しはあるんだ。その残念な口ぶりさえなければ結構魔王らしいと思うんだけどな。
So there is something. If you didn't say those tacky lines, you might seem like a real Demon King to me.
好きに抜かすがいい。最終的に勝利するのは
Say what you
俺様の方
will.
だ。
The one who will win in the end shall be me. When Asmodeus makes a magic circle appear, a large amount of light collects onto it. Misyr seems to realize its power and creates his own large magic circle to oppose it. At the same time, thick bombardments of light fly out and crash into each other head-on. Ooh.
へえ、結構な火力じゃない。けど、その程度なら。
That's pretty good firepower, but is that all you got? Possibly to add more magic power, Misyr claps both his hands together. Misyr's light increases in force, and it begins to swallow up the attack fired by Asmodeus. The bombardment heads towards Asmodeus, who's lost for words, and hits him. His body is blown away. And yet again, he shambles into the back of the hall along with the collapsing rubble.
お笑い担当だと思って舐めてたな。広い場所で戦ってたらもう少し長引いてたかも。
I meant to eat only half, and then I bit way too much. I started to set it down and saw that with that much left. I was like, oh god, might as well finish it. I looked down at him as a joke, but if we fought in a bigger place, that might have taken a bit longer. Misyr brushes off the dust stuck to his robes, and I quietly ask, Did you win, son?
もちろん大勝利ですとも。
Of course, it's a big win. That's good. As far as I can see, Misyr has no major injuries. But what about Asmodeus?
ああ、気絶する程度にしておいたよ。本当はもうちょっとお仕置きしたいところだけどさ。
I held back just to knock him out. To be honest, though, I wanted to punish him more.
君が見てる前で残酷なことはしたくないし、まあ、このぐらいが妥当でしょ。
But I didn't want to do anything gruesome with you watching. This should be sufficient.
それより、さっさと帰ろうか。他のみんなも心配してるだろうし。
We should hurry home. I'm sure everyone else is worried about you too.
それに、実は俺も結構時間の余裕が。
Also, to be honest, I don't have a lot of time. For some reason, Misyr's face is a little pale when he staggers for a moment. What? A dull sound rings out. On the floor of the hall as a red puddle forms. On falling onto it, the pocket watch from Mysyr's pocket. It shows 2000 hours and makes a small sound as it rolls. The red color spreads wider. What that represents, the answer is too clear. Misyr? Before my eyes, from Mysyr's abdomen, I can see a large amount of blood trickling down. Misyr! My voice raises into a scream.
勝手に勝利を確信し戦いを放棄するとは甘い甘すぎるぞ
You decided you won, but abandon the fight. You're naive, so
やは
naive.
り貴様はエセ魔王だな
Of course, you are a false demon king. He had until 2100 hours, right? He had until 9, so it's 8 right now. Admodius had emerged from the rubble and his hand was pointed at Misyr.
意外と打たれ強いね。ならこっちだって反撃させてもらうまで。
You're unexpectedly resilient. In that case, I just have to counterattack. Keeping to his word, Misyr regains his stance and snaps his fingers on both hands. Countless explosions immediately burst out. But not on Asmodeus, on a wall, a distance away from him. Huh. What? Misyr is shocked that his magic missed and snaps his fingers to try again. This time they're far from Asmodeus and go in a completely different direction.
くそ、どうなってる？照準が定まらない。
Damn it, what's going on? I can't aim at all. As he says this, Misyr falls to one knee, then coughs up an immense amount of blood. Mysyr's confused face, much like when he takes that surprise attack, is going really pale. At first, Asmodeus was also surprised by his abnormal state, but...
よくわからんが今こそ好機
I don't get it, but this is my chance. With a loud laugh, he fires an attack in Mysyr's guard. It guards it with a little magic shield. From there, the situation quickly reverses. What is it? What's wrong, false demon king?
やはりエセだけあってその程度の実力しかないのか
As expected of a fake, is that the extent of your abilities? With each second, Mysyr's face grows paler and he is forced to focus on defense. Misyr!
大丈夫。だからこの程度。
Dude, where's everybody else?
持ち直して。
Like, did no one get hey, you know what? There's a fight happening. Let's go over there. I'm fine. I'll manage to turn this. Before he can finish, a sound echoes in our ears.
今のはもしや例の亀裂の影響が
What's
この魔王城ま
that?
で
Was that one of those fissures? Is it in the Demon King castle? As though interrupting the battle, and the reverberating sound stops Asmodeus cold. As for Misyr, by fissure, you mean the color of blood vanished from his face, as though cutting in between the two of them. An enormous fissure in space appears. Could this be? When I think this, as though answering, from the fissure in space, the young man drops into the demon world. Who are you? The young man's gentle face smiles at me then. He shifts his gaze to Misyr, who is surprised at his form, then with dry lips he speaks.
嘘つき。
Liar. That moment. Not his wounds, but Misyr grabs his chest in agony.
ダメだ。止まれ。止まれ。止まれ。
Stop. 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 Why?
まだあと1時間
I still have 1 hour left, I thought. Misyr! The anguish on his face isn't even comparable to when he was injured. The more he struggles, the more it hurts. His body twists and creaks, as though something living inside him is trying to tear its way out of his body.
なんだ何が起きている
What is this? What is happening? With this abnormality, Asmodeus completely stops his attacks and is obviously confused.
どうなっている
What is going on here? It's probably daylight savings time, if I'm being honest. His gaze is fixed on the suffering of Misyr, and his entire body begins to tremble.
なぜ今までの戦いよりも奴が苦しみもがく今の
My,
方が
even more than our battle, does his agony now
この身が震えるほどの恐怖を
make my body tremble in
感じるのだ
Asmodeus feels an unknown sense of fear, as though answering. The young man faces Misyr again and
さあ
now
君の本当の姿を
go ahead and show
彼女に見せてごらんよ
her your true form. Before my eyes, a storm of ash swirls. The world, the demon world, screams in desperate agony. What the hell is happening? At the same time, had the place first visited with the wormhole to the human world, after not finding Leah, all the regulars except Misyr go back together once again.
なんだよこの城は
Damn, what is this castle?
くっそ広いくせに敵の一匹もいねえこれじゃあいつの居場所を吐かせることもできねえじゃねえか
It's so damn big, but there's not even one enemy. We can't even force someone to tell us where she is.
上に向かったミシェルが彼女を発見できていると良いが
Hopefully Misyr has managed to locate her on the upper floors somewhere.
あどうしたよ箱入りお前なんかさっきから様子がおかしくねえか
What is it, Shut-in? You've been acting weird for a while.
いえ、先ほどから城の内外問わず聞こえる妙な音が気にかかりまして。
I was just curious about a strange sound from both inside and outside the castle. I've heard it for a while now. I'm gonna watch Leah uncover Misyr's secret going like the meme, one confused man throwing his hands in the air. I'm just like, okay. To be clear, I was right. I said I don't think he's a demon king. I'm like, I don't think he's the demon. I was right. He wasn't. I'm getting a phone call though, so give me 1 second.
I didn't answer in time, and then they didn't answer when I called them back. Oh well, they're bad. But yes, I was right. In my utmost defense, I was correct. He was not the Demon King. I did believe he was from a place where there's nothing. Now, I might be wrong. But if I am the man from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I have some things right, okay? There's some right connections behind here. I'm slightly confused. How did he find out about this place if he's not from this place? Did my grandpapa know? Did my grandpapa make this up? Does this have something to do with time travel? Just putting that out there. I think they mentioned time travel in this game too, and I think this game is Virtue Evermore, but with a cafe. That's how we're going to describe it. I was just curious about a strange sound from both inside and outside the castle. I heard it for a
この
while.
音は私の記憶違いでなければ天崎島の
This sound, if my memory serves me, it was the same one on Amasaki Island. Then from the distance, from the direction that Misyr headed to the upper levels, thunderous sounds of a battle echo out. After this continues, shaking the whole castle. An intense scream, enough to make anyone's hearing it feel the pain, rings out. The voice just now, before the three open their mouths to say, the ground shakes so violently even they have difficulty remaining standing. With that shaking, a shockwave sent out by that scream. Condis instinctively, as a knight, clearly tells him a warning to protect his allies from a coming threat.
イグニス、いる。引くぞ。
As a knight clearly tells him, a shockwave sent out by that scream. Condis instincts as a knight clearly tells him a warning. Okay, I'll give it a pass. Ignis ill, we must withdraw. Let's go. Without waiting for an answer, Condis grabs Ignis and Il by the arm and forces them to run at full speed. Then all of them together slip into the nearby wormhole. And then the wormhole closes it directly behind them, making it impossible. It's coming. It's arrived. Its arm is reaching. The beginning of the end of all worlds. Oh. After Mysyr's scream and intense shaking, when the tremors had passed, I fearfully opened my eyes, and with what jumps out is nothing but a wasteland. What? In a single moment, I had moved to a different place. That's what I thought at first, but
バカな。俺様の魔界が
impossible. My
城が
demon world, my castle? A dumbfounded Asmodeus beside me tells me that my thoughts was wrong. In other words, in that moment, our surroundings, including the castle, had been reduced to this wasteland. That's the most likely situation. Taking a closer look at my feet, the marble of the castle, or something close to it, remained in a circle. It's as though that sudden, mysterious calamity had spared us. But this scenery, it's similar to the world with the mysterious man. I look around, but there's no sight of him. However, in his place, beyond the raging storm of ash, simply existing here, something that even ate away the world.
present. Running through skin-like hardened darkness, bulging veins and bone-like muscles. It's like a character from Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. With a sinister face and twisted horn. How's that dating this ghoulishly? Ghoul, oh my god. I mean, look at that! It's something like remains of demon wings, with only bones left to sway in the wind. She fell in love with a fire dog. Okay. And she calmed that beast down too. That entire body. Like, look at him. Like, wow. How tall are you now? I'm just curious. Like, what's up? Like, are you tall or are you like tall? Am I looking up right now? Like, how high? That entire body, whether human or non-human, is a mass of overwhelming power that strikes fear into all. And that's my boyfriend.
何者だあの異形は
Leah likes tall guys and likes to feel tiny next to her man. Listen, I don't care what height someone is, but I'm just saying. Oh no, what am I saying? I don't know. He'd be intimidating if he was really tall and big. I'm just saying, that'd just be intimidating. And that might be attractive in a weird way. Who is that? With such strange form. Standing next to me, Asmodeus steps forward. Shielding me, he faces the figure that suddenly appeared. Look at him! He's fine. He's fine. He's not that tall. See, he looked like a giant for just a second there. I was a little concerned. I thought he was the size of the dog.
まあいい。貴様が何者でも構わん。俺様にとって確かな。
He's got a lot going on. Wait, was he an angel? He's got 3 sets of wings. Like an angel. Like an archangel, actually. Whatever, it doesn't matter who you all are. All I know for sure about you is...
この魔界を害した貴様が万死に値するということだけだ
You're the bastard harming the demon world. You deserve 10,000 deaths. The moment Asmodeus kicks the ground, it pulsates. Much like a volcanic explosion, dark flames surge towards the strange figure. He's fine. However, even seeing that hellfire, the strange figure doesn't move. If you ask why, just before the flames hit him, it all turns to ash and crumbles away. The moment he recognizes this sight, Asmodeus' expression changes.
動くな我が花嫁よここは一旦撤退する
Don't move, my bride. We need to retreat. Wait. You say retreat, but I don't want to go with...
えいもはやこの状況では敵も味方も嫁も婿も関係ない
Right now, friend or foe, bride or groom, least of your worries. Least of them. Don't even let go. Let go.
あの異形の恐ろしさお前も目の当たりにしただろ
The terror of that strange figure, you've witnessed it yourself.
あの妙な配下の力をお前に向けられては防ぎようが
If that strange ashen power is directed at you, there's no defending. Faster than Asmodeus can finish speaking, along with the dry wind blowing past, his right arm holding me. Shatters away. Scatters. What? Before my eyes, it turns into ash. Oh, is he King Solomon? Wait, is that the right one? Oh no, is that the wrong king? What's the king that turns everything to gold? Is he turning everything to ash? With an invisible force, he's blown away like chaff. Before I know it, part of his leg also crumbles away, then he loses consciousness. King Midas! Who the heck is King Solomon? What have I done? King Midas. He turns everything to ash. It's just his thing. No big deal. We're fine. He's just really powerful. Then he loses consciousness. He's fine. He's just like, God, what trouble is this? Alright. His armor looks like hawks. That's fun. I like the chains on the wings that, very resemble angel wings. I don't know if I made that connection before, but I think I might have mentioned them looking similar to eels. And it was his necklace though, wasn't it? Oh wait, where the heck is this? The blue was his earring, right? Who am I? A strange figure is staring at me. Is it? During this time, the few remnants of the castle surrounding me, as though submitting to him, they turn into ash and disappear. If I had to describe this sight, it was utter ruination? Ruination. I don't know if I've ever seen this as a word. The end of the world. As we know it, that's what it's spreading around me. Except you're fine. I keep still, and the young man only continues to stare at me. She said young man. She's okay with this. She knows. He's a person. Young man? Huh? Why am I calling him that? Right as I begin to doubt myself, the area of this strange figure's ruination approaches at the same time. He shouldn't have a facial expression. Yet still, his strained breathing and his color deep in his eyes as he stands like this.
君の心配は嬉しい。それができたら、どんなにいいことかって思う。
I know this is a flashback, but it's not giving the flashback card, so I guess I'm happy about your concern. If it was possible, it would be the great thing I could ever imagine, which was supposed to be the greatest thing I could ever imagine.
でも、
But I am lying to you. Overlaps with that voice and figure. Misyr. You're Misyr, aren't you? I mean, even if, okay, he's a liar. We've established. But if he was a demon king, I mean, he kind of looks like a demon king. We shouldn't imagine that his appearance in that world is limited to the one appearance she ever saw of him. I feel like this is still fair. At my question, the strange figure. That's... I didn't want you to realize that. Does this explain his hair? Does this explain his hair that I've been annoyed with for so long? Is this explaining it right now? It's more horns. I'm like, what's with this? It's horns. Just horns. He answers me. I knew it! Misyr! Hey, yo! Despite changing to an unknown form, I instinctively try to approach him. Don't come close. With his desperate voice, I restrain myself. You can't come near me.
君を殺したくない。
I don't want to kill you. What do you mean?
見ての通りだよ。これが俺の本当の姿で。
As you can see, this is my true form, which has bones in it. Which means, like, maybe those bones weren't reaching for her. Maybe they were reaching for you, my boy. What's with your leg? Wait, is that a bone? I didn't like that. As you can see, this is my true form.
本当の力。
This is my true power. Magic and magic power, in the end, were only extra to him. Misyr explains with a hoarse voice. I'm sure it's fine.
今でこそなんとか力を抑えているけれど。
Until now, at least somewhat, I've managed to hold back this power.
人も物も世界すらも
People, objects, even the world itself.
この姿の俺に近づくものは全てが
Anything near me, when I'm like this, it all returns to ash.
それが俺の力なんだ。
Which is why part of the tree disappeared. Okay, that's my power.
だから君もこれ以上俺に近づけば。
So even you, if you get any closer to me, I'll turn to ash, like Asmodeus's arm in the vanished castle.
俺の力はホールには影響しないはずだからまだどこかに残ってるはず。
My power shouldn't affect wormholes, though. It should be left somewhere.
だから君はそのまま人間界に戻って。
So you need to return to the human world. What about you, Misyr? When I try to stop him, rejecting me, Misyr creates distance.
自分の世界に
I'll return to my world.
この力を抑えるには時間がかかるから。
To restrain this power, it takes some time after all. After saying only this, Misyr takes flight and throws himself through the fissure that young man came through. I'm left stunned, unable to turn away until the very end. All that remained, swaying in the wind, was nothing but a wasteland of ash. Okay. Oh my god, is there 4 chapters? Which means 5 chapters. How early will I have to get up tomorrow to continue this? Shh. I have so many thoughts right now. Okay, we're gonna stop here only because it's 9:30. My body actually is in pain. I'm still sore. I don't know what I pulled or when I pulled it. But if I plan on getting up early tomorrow, I should probably stop early. And I said I would stop if it had like a natural stop before 10. So I think this is a good stop. So thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'm utterly confused. I mean, I was right though. First off, I was right. For the record, I was right. I said I think his world didn't have anything in it. Ha 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 ha. I was right. I did it. I called that. I called that super early. I also said he wasn't a demon king. I said that too. Look at me. I'm 2. I don't think I made any other actual assertions about him. I don't know if I thought he turned things to ash, though that's the one I don't think I would have come up with on my own. Unless there was a sign somewhere in the cafe, but at no point did he accidentally destroy something. He did constantly say he had to be home, so I figured there was a reason for that, which makes sense. We'll continue this lovely adventure tomorrow. before I go to work. And then on Thursday, I am going to probably start my stream about on time. I have permission to co-stream the announcement videos at the same time, so I'm gonna have that on my stream while I'm streaming. And if they announce something good, then we can focus on that. I might make a special little screen so I can have both my game stream and that playing at the same time. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited though. So thank you so much for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream on Twitch about 3 times a week on average. I like to play Atomi games and games with my friends. And if you're watching this on Twitch and you want to see my other videos, I upload them all to YouTube. We just caught up with Winter's Wish, so they're fully up. If you haven't watched any of my Winter Wishes videos, you can check them all out on YouTube. And it's now streaming, uploading these ones. The stream is now posting now, so I'm seeing comments for it and I'm excited. I hope you have a lovely time. Thank you for joining me. Bye!